Good evening. Thank you for joining us for the City of Alpharetta's April 14th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. At this time, it is now 6:31 p.m., and I call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is roll call. Please note that Chairman Kungu is not present. However, we do have a quorum present. Vice Chair Brady will serve as acting chairman tonight once he is re-sworn in. And at this time, we will begin the swearing-in ceremonies for our newly and reappointed planning commissioners. Ms. Valerie Manley and Mr. Francis Kungu were unable to join us this evening and will be sworn in at a future meeting. First up is Martine Zarinskas. If you will please come forward to the podium, and our city attorney, Mike Stacy, will read your oath of office.
Go ahead and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Martine Zarinskas,
I, Martine Zarinskas,
hereby accept the honor of serving
hereby accept the honor of serving
as a member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
as a member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
and in so doing, I do solemnly swear or affirm
In so doing, I solemnly swear and affirm
that I shall faithfully perform the duties of Commissioner,
that I should faithfully perform the duties of Commissioner.
that I will regularly attend meetings and uphold
I will regularly attend meetings and uphold
the ideals of community and service,
the ideals of community and service.
that I will act and conduct business
I will act and conduct business.
in accordance with the city's code of ethics
I will act and accord business with the city's code of ethics
and conduct,
and conduct.
and that I shall support
And I shall support
the charter and laws of the City of Alpharetta,
the Charter and the laws of the City of Alpharetta,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
You're so sworn.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Go ahead. Say right there, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Mr. Brady.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Fergal Brady,
I, Fergal Brady,
hereby accept the honor of serving
I hereby accept the honor of serving
as a member of the Planning Commission
as a member of the Planning Commission
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
and in so doing,
and in so doing,
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear and confirm
that I shall faithfully perform
that I shall faithfully perform
the duties of Commissioner,
the duties of Commissioner,
that I will regularly attend meetings
that I will regularly attend meetings
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
that I will act and conduct
that I will act and conduct
business in accordance with
business in accordance with
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
and that I shall support
and that I shall support
the charter and laws of the City of Alpharetta,
the charter and laws of the City of Alpharetta,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of
and
America.
the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
You're so sworn.
Thanks, sir.
Congratulations. Go ahead and sign here. You can take your seat.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brady. Up next is Ms. Davis.
Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Dana Davis,
I, Dana Davis,
hereby accept the honor of serving
hereby accept the honor of serving
as a member of the Planning Commission
as a member of the Planning Commission
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
and in so doing,
In so doing,
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear and affirm
that I shall faithfully perform
that I shall faithfully perform
the duties of Commissioner,
the duties of Commissioner,
that I will regularly attend meetings
that will regularly attend meetings
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
that I will act and conduct
that I will act and conduct
business in accordance with
businesses in accordance with
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
and that I shall support the charter
and that I shall support the charter
and laws of the City of Alpharetta,
and laws of the City of Alpharetta,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Georgia,
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
You're so sworn. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go ahead and sign there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And last is Mr. Perkins.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, William Perkins,
I, William Perkins,
hereby accept the honor of serving
hereby accept the honor of serving
as a member of the Planning Commission
as a member of the Planning Commission
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia,
and in so doing,
and in so doing,
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I shall faithfully perform the duties
that I shall faithfully perform the duties
of Commissioner,
of Commissioner,
that I will regularly attend meetings
that I will regularly attend meetings
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
and uphold the ideals of community and service,
that I will act and conduct business
that I will act and conduct business
in accordance with
in accordance with
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
the city's code of ethics and conduct,
and that I shall support
and that I shall support
the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta,
the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia,
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
You're so sworn. Congratulations. Go ahead and sign.
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. We had some housekeeping items we had to take care of, some legality things for everyone swearing in, so appreciate your patience. Now we'll go ahead and move forward with our normal course of business on the approval of the meeting minutes for March 3rd, 2022. Is there any comments or changes from the board members, or can I please have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from March 3rd, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, you can raise your right hand. So moved. This time, just as we take a second, I see we have a pretty much a full crowd here tonight, so just kind of want to go through some housekeeping items as we go through this, and also kind of just explain a little bit of our, I guess, our process here at Planning Commission. First of all, the Planning Commission is a recommending body. We weigh in all the codes and regulations of the city of Alpharetta, also weighed in with the community, and we present this recommendation tonight to the city council, which will be in the form of a vote, and that will move on. All the cases tonight will be held by city council on Monday, April 25th. And so that will be the final decision for the applicants that are attending tonight. So as we go through a little bit tonight, if you don't mind, if you want to kind of come forward and make any comments, whether that's in opposition of the applicant or in favor of the applicant, we just ask you to give your name up front, and then when the case is being held, we'll call the list up. Is that right, Alex? Okay, we'll call the list up. When you come up to the front to the podium, I know there's a little small mic up there, and it's kind of hard for there's some tall people, and that gets a little bit of a difference between the mic and the volume coming out. So if you don't mind, when you step up, state your name and address for the record so we can capture that and also make your comments. As we go through multiple comments on like one particular applicant, if you don't mind, if you're somehow hearing the same thing over and over, we ask you to kind of keep those comments for the as we do hear that from the public, that to not be redundant through the same things and just keep some time management. What you will hear is we will call for the applicants, and staff member Mr. Woodman will step forward. He'll come up and present from the city and from the staff a presentation on each of the applicants' case. Then we will open it up a little bit, some questions, which usually the commissioners can ask questions. Then we will shift to a presentation by the applicant, and the applicant will go through that in detail. At the end of that, we will open it up to the public, and the public will be asked to step forward, like I said, for favor or opposition. At that time, we'll call the applicant back up, that he has a chance to make a rebuttal based upon any comments that are made. He has a right, or she has a right, to be able to make additional comments. Then we will close down the hearing, and at that point, only the commissioners can make comments or recommendations and motions, and we'll move forward with that. So just wanted to kind of cover some housekeeping items of how the night will go. We kind of have a full house, so we'll kind of move through this very well. So with that being said, it is time now to hear the first item on the agenda. So, Mr. Woodman, we are ready to hear E-22-01-63 South Main Street Parking Special Exception.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Good evening. The first item before you is a parking special exception to allow the balance of required parking to be met off-site on a nearby property located at 91 South Main Street. Have the location map up on the overhead. Property is located at 63 South Main Street. Some know it as the Blaylock property. The applicant is proposing a 3-story office, retail, and restaurant uses within this building called Founders Hall. This is the site plan for that building. There are some surface parking as well as parking underneath the building. For sites in the downtown that cannot meet their minimum parking requirements on site, they have 2 options, either parking in lieu fees, where they pay into a parking fund for the parking that they cannot provide on their site, or they can request a parking special exception to allow off-site parking. The applicant was developing this particular property without any need for public hearing. At that time, they were proposing retail restaurant use on the 1st floor and 3rd floor of this building and office on the 2nd floor. In the downtown, office requires more parking than retail and restaurant, and they would like the flexibility to use the 3rd floor for an office. So they are, if they were to use that 3rd floor for an office, they would be 14 parking spaces short. And so they are proposing to allow for off-site parking. This is the applicant's property, 63 South Main Street, Founders Hall. And then this is the former Hardee's restaurant that is being redeveloped currently for Suchero's restaurant. This property requires 10 parking spaces. That property has 50 parking spaces, 50, so they have a balance of 40 parking spaces. The property is less than 150 feet away as measured along the sidewalk along South Main Street. So we do believe that it is within a reasonable distance. We would condition that parking for the additional parking spaces be for employees of the retail or restaurant spaces at the applicant's location. Of course, staff reviewed the applicant's request against the criteria for an exception, found that the off-site parking is located in close proximity, as I mentioned, to the uses that it would serve. On-street parking on smaller downtown lots are difficult to accommodate sometimes, and so that's why the city does have these 2 processes available. And as I mentioned previously, if approved, we would recommend conditions requiring that the retail and restaurant employees from the businesses located at 63 South Main Street utilize the off-site parking spaces. This item was shown to the public at the Community Zoning Information Meeting on March 9th. There were no public comments. With that, staff is recommending approval. Just going back real quick before we go through the conditions, this is the Suchero's site showing the 50 parking spaces. Staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request subject to 4 conditions, and I'll read those. Condition 1, prior to the first TCO or CO for the building, developer shall provide a recorded parking agreement allowing for the use of up to 14 off-site parking spaces at 91 South Main Street. Parking agreement shall be reviewed and approved by staff. 2, retail and restaurant leases at 63 South Main Street shall require that employees use the off-site parking spaces located at 91 South Main Street. Condition 3, the 14 off-site parking spaces shall be reserved for the applicant's building between the hours of 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Condition 4, prior to the first TCO/CO, the applicant shall dedicate a permanent easement for the Alpha Loop along the north side of the building, as depicted on the site plan prepared by Tracy Ward, revised 3/11/2022. Easement shall extend to the east or to the west property line and shall allow for necessary construction activities to connect to the off-site alignment of the Alpha Loop. And that concludes the staff presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Michael, if you don't mind, what do you mean if the 3rd floor? Can you Obviously, they need more parking spaces. The 14 is in deficit. So that's on a new vertical application on the building. Do you mind talking through that a little bit of, the third floor? I just want to know what's different from previous approvals to what's being presented today.
Gotcha. So the original intent for this building was the applicant intended to have retail and restaurant uses on the first floor, office on the second, and restaurant on the third floor. They would like some flexibility if they're not able to use that third floor for restaurant to use it for office. In the downtown, office requires more parking. So they could build this building today, use the top floor for restaurant, and they would have the required parking on site. They would not need this parking special exception. But if they're able to find an office tenant, and there has been a demand for office in the downtown, they would like that flexibility to get an office tenant on that third floor if possible, which would require the 14 additional parking spaces.
So if they get a new tenant, an office tenant, to change the use of the third floor, then they're going to go 200 feet down the road and walk up to use their office?
Only the retail and restaurant businesses, their employees would be using the off-site parking. We wouldn't expect that customers that are using this particular site for the retail or restaurant spaces would know that that off-site parking is available to them. So it would be in those leases that the employees for those businesses use the off-site parking, freeing up the parking on-site.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
Michael, I had a question. We said off-site parking, close proximity. Do we have an actual footage, like it can't be further than X amount of feet? This one is 150 feet.
So, and Eric will tell you this, there are studies that are done on walkability in downtowns, and typically people will walk anywhere from 300 to 600 feet with no issue. This site, we did a measurement along that sidewalk, and it's less than 150 feet. So we believe that it is within a reasonable distance.
Okay.
Michael, on the, do you know how many other buildings in downtown, in the Alpharetta and the overlay district have asked for a waiver like this?
We have had at least 2 that have been approved for parking special exceptions. We had one that was approved at the Coro, what we used to refer to as the Coro Building, 10 Roswell Street. This is where Mini Olivia's is located. There was an approval for a music venue within that building, and they had off-site parking agreements, which were actually much further than what the applicant is proposing here. I think they were using the Wells Fargo. They had a parking agreement with Wells Fargo as well as with the animal hospital across the street from them. And then the property at 191 Roswell Street, there's an office there, and that was approved for a parking special exception to build public parking that they would be able to use as well as the public on the adjacent city community center site.
What happens if the agreement is ever abrogated? The owner of the new restaurant going in, if they say, hey, we've sold this, is the agreement still in force? What happens then?
So this would be subject to city approval, the actual parking agreement. So we would need to review and approve that. But we would want to make sure that the parking agreement is for a sufficient time frame consistent with the leases at the location.
So the parking spaces would go with the lease, even if the owner of the restaurant said, look, we can't make it anymore, we're leaving, they would still be able to use the parking spaces?
So if the agreement between 63 South Main and 91 South Main would have to be for a reasonable amount of time that would cover their parking, and it would have to be consistent with the time frame of the leases that they're signing with the businesses there. But there is always concern that some, agreements can be broken, and that's certainly something that we will take into account. I believe that the previous approval at 10 Roswell Street, I believe those were based on 5-year parking agreements, so 5-year terms. So every 5 years they would have to go back for renewal. If the agreement was not renewed, then they would have to meet the parking either on site or they couldn't fill the space.
But Michael, let's say, for instance, that happened, would they not have option one? I mean, there's two options the city's giving them. So if they can't find the special exception parking, they could always go to option one. could
Yeah,
they
so
not?
if for some reason their parking agreement was broken or ended and it was not renewed, they could potentially come back to the city for parking in lieu fees. So to pay for the parking spaces into that parking fund. The applicant did initially explore the parking in lieu on this property. We did think that that existing public parking was a little bit too far outside of that 600 feet that people will walk. That study that I was referring to, I can't remember the magazine that it was in, Eric, but the study did show that employees will actually walk further than the 300 to 600 feet, I think between 12 and 1,500 feet, but that is an option.
One last follow on there. If they have an agreement and then the agreement is breached later on, will the owners of the building have to pay into the parking fund to make up for the spaces that they're now going to be, that the lease has gone away?
That could be an option. So they could decide to request a parking in lieu fees from city council. City council would have to approve that. If that was not approved or they did not decide to go through that process, then they would be limited to the uses on the property that meet the parking that they have available on the property.
Any other questions from the commissioners? No? Thank you, Mr. Woodman.
Yep.
At this time, we'd like to ask the applicant to step forward for their presentation, please.
Good evening. My name is Dan Connor. My address is 1819 Peachtree Road. That's in Atlanta, 30309. We don't have anything really to add. We've reviewed the conditions with Michael and the staff, and we're in agreement with the conditions in place. We think they're fair and reasonable.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? No? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody opposed would like to step forward? Seeing none. Anybody in favor like to step forward? Seeing none, let the record show there was nobody stepping forward for open quorum. At this time, I'd like to shut it down and open it up to the commissioners for discussion or a motion. I'll say a couple of comments that, it's, as you look at something like this, I kind of wonder why wouldn't the 14 parking spaces, I guess, addressed in the kind of the very beginning part of the planning of the building. I'm worried a little bit about the secondary lot. Number one, the contractual kind of piece. How would that be short-term, long-term? How do you guide that from the legality? And then I think it's Sancheros, I think is obviously going to be a high-volume destination based upon what it is. Are they going to have excess parking there? How available will that be? Even though they said not, I could just imagine lunch hour being a high volume for Sancheros, that maybe the secondary lot could be a better choice, maybe a different choice than Sancheros, just based upon the volume of that to help the idea of the office. And I completely understand the walkability and the connectivity, unless it's a rainy day or some snow, and then it changes how far you want to walk in the elements. So that was just some of my comments. I'll open it up for the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to approve E-22-01 Founders Hall / 63 South Main Street parking, special exception with the conditions 1 through 4 as listed.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise their right hand. Those opposed? And the motion passes. I'd like to move forward with the second application tonight, which is Mr. Woodman, if you don't mind presenting. It will be case number Z-22-03, V-22-02, Toll Brothers, Kimball Bridge Road.
Thank you again, Chairman and Commissioners. This item before you is a rezoning and variances to allow for the construction of a 41-lot for-sale, single-family detached subdivision on 22.77 acres. Rezoning is requested from AG Agriculture to R15, and variances are requested to reduce front setbacks on interior streets, as well as reduce setbacks along Kimblebridge Road and Bice Road. Have the location on the overhead. The property is located at 0 Kimblebridge Road, the northeast corner of Kimblebridge Road and Bice Road. The applicant's proposed density for this development is 1.8 dwelling units per acre. Property is currently undeveloped. It's a wooded property. It's got a small area of stream and wetlands in the northeast corner of the property. Brook Subdivision is located to the north and east. Avery Square Subdivision and OC Park is to the south. The comprehensive land use plan designation of this property is low-density residential, which allows either the R12 or R15 zoning district. Again, the applicant is asking for R15. As I mentioned on the variances, to reduce the front yard setback for lots along the new interior street from 35 feet to 25 feet. And that is for certain lots. It's not for all 41 lots. I believe it's for lots 1 through 25. Reduce setbacks along Kimblebridge Road and Bice Road from 65 feet and 45 feet. We did look at surrounding subdivisions for comparison, as we usually do. To the applicant's request for setback variances, we found that the front setbacks in Brook, Avery Square, and Kimball Oaks, as well as Pines at Kimblebridge, are 20 feet on the front. This is the applicant's site plan, again depicting 41 single-family detached homes. Access is lined up with the existing intersection at Bice Road south of Kimblebridge Road. Lots are oriented interior to the site, so they would not front Kimblebridge Road or Bice. There's a new internal loop road within the development. Again, they're requesting 45-foot setbacks along the roads and some of the interior lots with 25-foot front setbacks. As I mentioned earlier, there is a small area of stream in this location here. This darker area here represents a wetlands that have formed in a linear configuration. The applicant is proposing to fill these wetlands. There is one lot that covers the area of the wetland. They would have to go through the Army Corps of Engineers for that approval. They are proposing a detention pond in this location here, as well as this corner of the property here. The property abuts Brook at this area along this property line here. The applicant has agreed to provide a 10-foot planted buffer along that property line. I believe there's some fencing as well in there that was sent to you as a change to one of the conditions that would be within that planted buffer. I will note that the Brook neighborhood did request a larger buffer. Those comments I will discuss further into the presentation. The applicant did provide a plan that shows some tree saves or some tree save over by Bice, I believe up in this corner and possibly in, I believe it was this corner here. There is an existing violation on the property, so the applicant, as they usually do before they go through the public hearing process, has a geotechnical investigation done on the property. Soil samples are taken from the property. The contractor that the applicant hired to do that work did impact some trees in a small area of the wetland. The applicant, Toll Brothers, is in compliance with that violation letter. They did pay a fine. They provided a planting plan, and they did provide mitigation plans for the impacted trees as well as the impacted wetlands. Of course, they would not need to fully comply with those mitigation plans and planting plans until this particular public hearing is resolved. So if they are successful in getting approved, those mitigation plans would apply to this site as it's laid out here. If they are not approved, they would need to mitigate those impacts on the property as it is today. Oh, these aren't going to show up too well with the screens our screen's a little bit having some color issues here, but the applicant did provide a variety of elevations of the homes. The examples show exterior materials that range from brick, stone, board and batten, shake, and siding. Homes are 2 stories. They're minimum 3,000 square feet. And there is a mix. I believe the applicant intends to do side-facing garages, but there would be a mix with some front-facing garages. We looked at traffic. Traffic generated from this 41 home development would be 35 a.m. peak hour trips and 45 p.m. peak hour trips. Just go through some of these elevations. I'll go ahead and show them, even though don't seem to be, the color's not coming up
Seem to be very
well.
colorful tonight.
Yeah. I believe a couple of these examples are from the applicant's neighborhood within the city at Shirley Estates, as well as other developments in the metro area. This tree, and we'll consult those if we need to. Staff reviewed the applicant's requests against the established criteria for rezoning and variance. The rezoning of R15 is consistent with the future land use designation of the property, as well as the existing use of adjacent and nearby properties. The R15, which is minimum 15,000 square foot lots, does exceed many of the adjacent subdivisions with regard to minimum lot size. So that is the zoning within that future land use that would have the least impact to surrounding properties. While not required by code, so our code does not require buffers between residential to residential. We only require a buffer when commercial properties abut residential. The applicant did show a 10-foot planted buffer adjacent to Park Brook. Park Brook, I believe, requested a total of 100 feet of separation between this development and homes in Park Brook, of which a 50-foot buffer would be included within that 100 feet. With regard to the variances, the property does have an unusual shape. It does have some topography, but the setback reductions that they were requesting were directly related to trying to keep the homes further away from Park Brook to address the neighbors' concerns. We also, as I mentioned earlier, identified that the setback variances that are being requested are consistent with some of the setbacks in nearby communities. The applicant has stated that they met with Park Brook on February 2nd, February 15th, and March 31st. I believe those were a combination of meeting with HOA board members as well as the greater community. And the Park Brook Community Association provided a memo that outlined some concerns. Those included and those were concerns of both the community association as well as some of the residents. Some of the concerns that were brought forward was surface water runoff, so the site sits at a higher elevation than the homes in Park Brook behind them. So there's some concern about the current runoff situation as well as the runoff in the future with the development. Increase building setbacks adjacent to Park Brook, again, 100-foot setback with a 50-foot buffer requested. Do not disturb the wetland area. Relocate detention ponds, so there was concern with those detention ponds being near the adjacent neighborhood. Request for fencing and landscaping between the proposed development and Park Brook. Landscaping and tree saves along Kimball Bridge Road. Concern over the applicant requesting smaller lots than minimum 15,000 square foot lots. And the city also received quite a bit of correspondence from Park Brook residents with similar concerns to those that I just read. And then at the Community Zoning Information Meeting on March 9th, similar concerns were voiced during that meeting. With that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, subject to 26 conditions, and I'll go through those. Condition 1 ties it to the site plan that I showed you at the beginning of the presentation. We'll just go ahead and put that back up. And that site plan is prepared by McFarland Dyer and Associates, revised 4/5/2022. There's also a sentence that indicates that it would allow for, if the applicant were able to negotiate purchase of the Webb properties to the west and north, they wanted the ability for staff to be able to approve a connection through here. Condition 2 deals with the home elevations that were submitted, labeled Exhibit A. Ties it substantially similar to those elevations. The applicant did request some language in this condition that no more than 50% of the homes shall have siding as the primary material. Ties the siding homes to a required front porch element. For the homes that back up to Kimball Bridge Road, before that, we have a condition in there that states that the architecture and materials would be three-sided, so front and sides. And then with the homes, any of the home rear elevations that would be visible from Kimball Bridge would also have to have that same architectural details and materials. Condition 3 addresses the 20-foot decorative landscape strip along Kimball Bridge. Landscape strips typically are not necessarily screening landscape strips, but we have language in there to include evergreen material to provide more of a screen, a mix of knee walls and berms, similar to what you see if you're familiar with Glen Abbey along here, similar to what Glen Abbey would have. Condition 4 addresses the no access easement recorded on the final plat along the frontage of Bice, Kimball, and this entrance road. That's just so a resident that lives on one of these doesn't try to get access, more than one access. You only get one access to the particular properties, individual lots. Condition 5 addresses the 10-foot landscape strip along Bice Road. Condition 6 allows for a building setback to be 25-foot front. That would apply to all lots, 10-foot side and 25-foot rear. Except the applicant did make a concession on the rear setback where the homes back up to Park Brook. They agreed to provide a 30-foot rear setback, so 5 additional feet there. And then building setbacks along Kimball Bridge and Bice Road would be 45 feet. Condition 7, project entrance shall include ornamental plantings as approved by staff. Condition 8, minimum 10-foot planter adjacent to Park Brook. No access easement through there. It would be planted with a mix of evergreen trees and shrubs to provide a visual screen. Existing trees to be saved within that buffer area as well. And detention facility shall not encroach on that 10-foot planted buffer. Believe the applicant will be presenting a change to that condition. I believe they're asking to add in some fencing within that planted buffer as well. Condition 9, detention facility shall be developed with a natural appearance as approved by and improved as a neighborhood amenity as approved by staff. Condition 10, developer shall plant street trees in the 6-foot planter as approved by staff. That is the area between the sidewalk and the street. So there'd be a 6-foot area with trees. Condition 11 says that the pocket park and mail kiosk shall be developed with decorative landscaping, hardscape, pedestrian lighting, and on-street parking. That is located in this area here, and they do have on-street parking shown. Condition 12, developer shall improve Kimball Bridge Road frontage with a minimum 6-foot sidewalk, 6-foot planter planted with trees, and decorative pedestrian lighting to match the city's recent improvements further to the west on Kimball Bridge. Condition 13 requires dedication of approximately 5 feet of right-of-way along the Bice Road frontage, so in this general area here. Bice Road is not an improved right-of-way. It's a public right-of-way, but it is not improved roadway. Staff did recommend, as we typically do, a minimum 6-foot sidewalk and 6-foot planter along that roadway. However, that road is not improved, and we would consider a change to that, and the applicant is asking to remove that requirement for the 6-foot sidewalk and 6-foot planter. And I believe the Webbs that own the properties to the north also would like that to be removed. They do not want sidewalks improved along Bice. Condition 14, developer shall remove exotic and invasive trees and shrubs within the stream buffers, and tree save areas and replant where sparse. Condition 15, unfinished wood fences and decks shall not be visible from the public roads, Kimball Bridge and Bice Road. Condition 16, developer shall complete remediation measures outlined in the February 7th, 2022 notice of violation letter prior to the final CO. Condition 17, planning plan shall be implemented substantially similar to the plan prepared by Ironwood dated 6/4/2022 as approved by staff. 18, trees shall be preserved as depicted on the plan prepared by O'Leary Design Group dated 3/29/2022. Condition 19, developer shall identify and save additional tree groupings and trees of quality outside the required stream buffers as approved by staff. 20, all required permits and variances related to the 0.2 acre wetland encroachment shall be approved prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. 21, developer shall be responsible for all costs associated with the upgrading of the signal to accommodate the new development traffic signal modification to be complete prior to final plat. 22, streets less than 24 foot wide shall be marked no parking. 23, widths and lengths of fire department access road shall comply with Appendix D fire apparatus access roads. 24, developer shall provide an eastbound left turn lane on Kimball Bridge Road at the signalized entrance to the site. So eastbound left turn. So there would be a new turn lane improved there. 25, utility structures, head walls, etc. shall be finished with decorative stone if visible from Park Brook. Condition 26, no more than 10% of the residential units shall be permitted to be rented as recorded in the HOA's declarations and covenants. And then I also was approached by one of the owners of the Webb properties, and I confirmed with the developer that they would be agreeable to providing a fence adjacent to the Webb property. I'm not sure, and we would need to ask the developer if they are agreeable to construct that prior to when construction starts. That's what the Webbs were asking for. If they would be agreeable, which we'll need to confirm, we would have a new condition number 27. I would propose the following language. As agreed to by the developer, a fence shall be erected adjacent to the Webb property prior to construction. And that concludes the staff presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Well, thank you, Mr. Woodman, for a fantastic presentation. Before I kind of pass on to the commissioners, just want to ask a couple of questions. Part of those questions is really, we started this evening kind of by being sworn in several of the commissioners. And I'll say that just to kind of bring us back to, there's a lot of regulation and code we weigh very heavily of our comprehensive plan. And I heard some of the concerns that were voiced from the public that you kind of mentioned in your presentation. So when we talk about buffers and setbacks and things like this, talk to us just a second for residential on residential properties different than commercial on residential property and what that looks like. That's the first question. The second question is, as we look at this and we look at the existing conditions on the property, and we talk about obviously impervious and pervious surfaces. Today it's stormwater drainage and runoff and those kind of things weighs heavily on everyone's mind, and it's a great concern that we see. But also when you go through that, will you explain a little bit what the engineering and the hydrology part of that is? Because there's a significant amount of reports and hydrology and engineering that goes into that as part of anyone's decision to improve a property, right, with detentions and order controls. So if you don't mind on those two things, it's a very broad context. So if you don't mind just kind of elaborating on that for me.
Sure. So with respect to, I'll start with the buffers. With respect to the buffers, as I mentioned, the city's code does not require buffers between residential developments. So where residential developments abut each other, a buffer is not required. All the city requires is a 5-foot landscape strip. It is not a screening landscape strip. It is a decorative landscape strip.
So, Michael, sorry to interrupt, but for those that might not understand what the terminology of a buffer, can you define what a buffer is for those people that are watching and here tonight?
Sure. So a buffer is supposed to create an opaque screen. So a buffer is meant for screening. A landscape strip is meant for aesthetics.
Okay.
So the buffer should be planted so that within 1 to 2 years, I believe the definition says 2 years, that once the buffer grows in, that it should form an opaque screen.
And inside the buffers, you have disturbed buffers and undisturbed buffers, correct?
Sure. So the city's code requirement for a 50-foot undisturbed buffer is where a commercial property abuts a residential property. So that is the standard would be from between commercial and residential. However, we do have, when, public hearings go through this process, there are many times where a new residential development may abut another residential development, and typically the builder, as part of the public hearing process, will meet with the adjacent communities, and they may come to an agreement on buffers. So the staff cannot impose that buffer where it's not required by code, but the developer can certainly agree to, and they have agreed to the 10-foot planted buffer, and that's why that was placed in to the conditions as 10 foot. We do have a variety of public hearing items that we've heard over the years. They have ranged from where residential abuts another residential development. They have ranged from having no buffers to buffers up to 25 feet. I do know that we do have some older master plans, which Brook, I believe, is part of the Park Bridge master plan. Most of that master plan is north of Old Milton Parkway. This portion of the master plan actually reaches south of Old Milton Parkway and represents the Brook neighborhood. But we do have some master plans. Windward's one that I know of, where we have buffers as large as 100 feet. I believe the one in Windward is required 100 feet, where it abuts the residential portions abut the commercial portions. Your second question.
I'm sorry. So from there, then, the applicant is more than welcome to have any agreements with local communities that can't necessarily be self-imposed by the city through regulation?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Michael, on the buffer, what goes into the buffer to make it opaque? What is planted, or what is that?
It's typically evergreen material. So deciduous material that, trees that lose their leaves during the fall and winter are not going to be ideal to create that opaque screen. So it should be opaque through all seasons. So it's going to be evergreen material. Most of the buffers, to create that opaque screen, you're going to need at least a double row that's staggered. And I think.
That along the line of a Leland cypress, that kind of thing?
Yeah, Leland cypress, arborvitae typically are the types of evergreen trees that will be used, and they'll stagger them like they have shown here so that to fill in the gaps in between the trees.
So before we move off the buffer subject, it's my understanding that the Windward Homeowners Association and the developer prior to Toll Brothers actually had an agreement about a 25-foot buffer. Is that not correct?
At Shirley Estates?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, so, and I don't remember the name of the developer at the time that they were going through zoning. I remember the gentleman's name, I just don't remember the name of the home builder. I know that at Shirley Estates, Toll Brothers has taken that over. Since that time, they weren't involved during the public hearing process, but as part of the public hearing process for Shirley Estates, that developer had negotiations with Windward Community Services Association, and ultimately that developer agreed to a 25-foot planted buffer.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to address the
No, just,
runoff?
yeah, if you don't mind, kind of
Sure.
moving forward. I really wanted everyone to kind of hear that, so it's kind of more for the record and more for the audience. And also that a buffer could be nothing, right? Could be very passive, is the way it looks today, where a planted buffer or planted landscape strip, I guess you could say, or a screening is you agree on what the landscaping design would be. That would be very much a robust kind of, like I said, you can't see through it, opaque, but also something that totally screens the other side.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of decision-making going into that process. Okay, and then if you don't mind on hydrology, just the existing
Sure.
water flow impervious.
And by no means am I an expert in stormwater runoff or hydrology. We do have our staff, our stormwater engineer, Jill Bazinet, here today if there are any detailed questions about that, but I think that I can give a good overview with regard to runoff. So the developer of this property would have to, they are responsible for any additional runoff that would occur. They're not necessarily responsible for stormwater runoff that is occurring today. That is certainly a discussion that can be had between the developer and the affected properties, but certainly they're not responsible for the existing runoff. They are responsible to ensure that when if this property were to be developed, that the rate of flow of runoff does not increase. There will be more water volume with the development of this property, because currently this property is all pervious, so water can soak into the ground. Of course, when they add roads here, building footprints, there'll be more impervious area added to the property, so there will be more quantity of water that runs off, but that rate of runoff cannot increase. And that is determined after this process. So if they were approved, the next step would be going for their land disturbance permit. As part of that land disturbance permit, they would do a hydrology study. They would be looking at their detention ponds in order to make sure that they have them properly sized. Of course, where those detention ponds outfall, and of course, anything that's downstream, the downstream analysis would be part of that. But again, more detailed questions, we do have staff that has expertise in this field available if you have more specific questions.
And Michael, the reason why that we don't ask the applicant to do the hydrology study before the application is approved, because it's a rather costly process, right? It's like $50,000, $60,000, and so we don't ask the applicant in case it's denied. We
Right.
would not want him to have to spend that kind of money, right?
Yeah, it's a very costly study to prepare, and it is not required by Georgia law to be done at this point in the process.
Okay, thank you.
But it is it's a very detailed, I know
Yes.
we have several engineers in the audience here tonight, so they know this process. A lot of those regulations are adopted by the city of Alpharetta, also governed by the state of Georgia. It's quite significant to maintain that.
Correct.
Good question, Michael. You talked about the detention facilities. They get the natural appearance, but the improvement is made in any. Can you describe to me what the vision for that is?
Yeah. And I did have a question from other planning commissioners regarding that. So I did want to bring some pictures, examples of what that could be. Doesn't mean that it has to be exactly this. This is a photograph of a detention pond. Now, this detention pond has standing water in it, and I've got some better photos. But see how this has like the walkway around? That would be a neighborhood amenity, like providing whether it's a concrete path or a mulch path, whether it may have, like in this picture, there's benches there, so they're creating an amenity. So it's serving a dual purpose. So you have a detention area, but you're also providing a neighborhood amenity, walkways, benches, an area that residents could walk their dog. Again, this is a pond that holds water at all times, and not all detention ponds hold water throughout the year. Just depends on what the needs are and the results of the hydro study.
So we won't know how big the detention or retention pond's going to need to be, or right, until the study is done.
That is correct. However, I believe the applicant has a decent idea of, they've got to set aside an area, otherwise there's potential that they don't set enough area on the site plan during this process that they could potentially lose a lot, if they don't set enough area aside.
Can I ask a question to Jill? Is that possible?
Oh, absolutely. Jill, if you don't mind stepping forward.
The other Jill. Hi, Jill. There's been a lot of discussion about the location of the detention ponds. So can you explain, why they have chosen to put the ponds there and what the limitations are about moving them, possibly?
Yes.
Jill, if you don't mind, before you start, you state your name and also your position with the City of Alpharetta.
Yes, I am Jill Bazinet. I'm the stormwater engineer in the Community Development Department. The detention ponds on sites are typically located at the lowest points of the site because we're working with gravity to allow that water to flow to those lowest points. On this property, we have two kind of drainage basins. Things go in two different directions to the back, and that's why they've located their ponds in those two locations.
So it's really not feasible to move the detention ponds on a different lot in a different location in this?
Correct.
Okay, and then also a question on mitigating the current problem, because there are significant water issues with the current topography on the homes backing up to lots 10 through 14. So I know it's not the application's responsibility to mitigate existing problems, but I do know in good faith that they would want to help do that if possible. So is it possible then, I know in the comments from the Homeowners Association, they mentioned a berm, and I think the applicant didn't want to do that, but are there other alternatives that we could possibly do, like a site drainage that actually pipes the water from the back of that property to either side of the ponds? Is that a possibility?
So that will ultimately depend on their full design when they get in and they start doing those calculations and grading out their site on their plans to see what they can get to drain in opposite directions from the natural drainage location that it's trying to go off into that Park Brook neighborhood behind those lots. That would be something that their engineers might have looked at already and they could maybe speak to today, but I can't speak to can they for sure do that at this time.
Okay, and then the tie-in to the pipes. So to the left of the detention, the one that's recommended that they're going to tie into the existing?
We often encourage that there is some discussion between neighbors to see if there is a possibility of tying detention pond outfalls into nearby pipes. so that there's less surface runoff. More of that runoff is then into the pipe, and so nobody sees it as it's coming out of the pond. We cannot force a downstream neighbor to agree to allow a developer to come on their property and put in pipes. So we often encourage that, and if that cannot happen, we require them to look at the outfall of their pond and try to mimic some sheet flow rather than channelized flow.
And Michael, you don't know if there was any discussion between the homeowners and the applicant regarding this, about the tie-ins?
I'm not aware if there was. I think the applicant would be better to answer that.
Okay. Okay, and then as far as the detention ponds being more of a pond-like amenity, instead of a natural landscape that might have a wall and, you know, sometimes they can kind of look a little bit unkempt, this would be more like an amenity where you could have benches, you could even have a fountain if it's possible. And that's something that is possible once we determine, come back from the hydrology study.
Once they complete their hydrology study and they figure out that volume and the design, then they'll be able to determine whether they're going to hold water in the pond, or that pond is going to hold water sometimes and be dry at other times. If it is not holding water full time, you don't need a fountain, or you can't really have a fountain in there. But the idea of the walking paths can be included, whether it's wet or dry. The idea of the benches and having that natural park-like setting for them also keeps that pond kind of forefront to the residents who are living there. And the intent there is that they'll like that area and they'll want to upkeep that area so it doesn't get to be that hidden big hole in the ground in the back of the property that nobody's taking care of.
Okay.
So Jill, I know we're having an education a little bit on stormwater, so thank you so much for taking a little
Mr.
time.
Chairman, I did have one follow-on question. On that, if the water's piped into the next neighborhood and there becomes a problem, whose liability is that if there's a problem on the neighbors, not on the Toll Brother property?
So if there is problems with the design that was created by, or that was calculated by the design engineer for Toll Brothers, then the neighborhood could go back to the Toll Brothers engineer and could litigate if there are issues there.
Okay. One more question I was going to kind of ask. So one thing we can't control is how much rain falls from the sky, right? That drops onto the property. Then from there, the idea is the control of water and the rate of water flow, right? Whether it's impervious or a pervious surface. Today, currently existing conditions is there's no controls on the property, so whatever drops out of the sky flows to wherever it needs to flow. Correct? The new engineering kind of capacity is to create multiple detention ponds, of which at the lowest point in the property, which is very standard for an engineering, obviously like through gradient capacities, then that would hold the water. Go through just a couple of minutes here, please everyone, just a little patience on how you capture the water and how this is an improvement, and well, obviously the capacity. You're trying to stop that water and that rate of flow. So I know you're the expert, so if you don't mind, just a couple of comments on that.
So their engineer will design a series of pipes. Most of them will be in the roadway, and they will capture the water from the property, the entire property, in some manner, and take it to the detention ponds. Now, there's going to be portions of the property, probably in people's backyards, that will run off onto the side properties, but most of the road and front of homes typically drain towards the road, and those will get captured by pipes, and the pipes will take them to the detention ponds. Then the detention ponds will hold back the water and slowly release water at the same rate or less than the existing rate of water leaving the site. So that's the state regulation is about the rate of water release, not that you have to capture your water and never let it ever leave your site, because the water currently leaves the site. So can still let it leave the site in the same general direction, which is the stream and the pipe that comes in on the side of Lot 10. And so that's why we're going to see that water release in those same general locations. And like I said, the majority of the entire road and the majority of the properties will all pipe to the road and pipe to the detention pond. Now, there'll be tweaks and intricacies of how they do the grading of the lots that will, impact exactly what pieces go to which detention pond and how they get captured. But that's what their engineer will be looking at in general.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners?
One quick, on the lot that has they're going to pipe over. So that's it based upon the hydrology report, and if they get approvals, I think then we're okay with them going ahead and piping over that and building a home on that lot.
You're talking about the wetlands, right?
Yes.
In this corner.
Yes.
Okay. So what they will do is they will get approval, or they'll apply for approval from the Army Corps of Engineers to impact those wetlands. That impact will include filling in on top of those wetlands. Right now, it's a deep valley, and that'll flatten out as they are grading the rest of their property out. And so then they'll build the house on that. Now, they will do proper construction techniques where they're pulling out the mucky, wet soils and put back in appropriate soils for construction as part of that removal of the wetlands.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I have a question. Michael, did the city consider, it says, the linear configuration of the wetlands is likely the result of the stream being piped? And going back to the wetlands again, for lot 15, did y'all consider that as an option to not fill it in?
So I think that's partially a question that needs to be answered by the applicant, but what I was stating there in the staff report is when Park Brook was developed, this stream basically starts at this area. This is all that's left of the stream. And at this location, that stream was piped, and it pipes for a distance before it reconnects into the stream that is then open within Park Brook. So when Park Brook was developed, a portion of this stream was piped. There's a lower area here, and some of this water has backed up in this area and that is based on the linear configuration that you see here. That's why we believe that it is in this configuration, because it's backed up from the piping.
I have one more question, if that's okay. In regards to, I know this does not go before the design review board, is that correct?
That is correct. No
Okay.
design review board for residential outside the downtown.
So it's just the builder can choose any type of structure that they want, composite, anything outside of.
So condition 2 does address some architectural material requirements. It does tie it to those elevations that I showed, as well as a condition to allow for up to 50% of the homes to be siding. But staff recommended the 3-sided architecture and materials. But the city does not have any regulation. We do have regulations for single-family detached homes, but really those regulations are really to avoid like metal siding on a home. It allows for all the materials that were listed or shown on the applicant's proposal.
Okay.
And it would be subject to staff approval. So staff would review any building permit for a home against the Exhibit A, which are the 12 elevations that we showed. And if any home deviated from the architecture and materials that were shown here, it would not be approved. It would need to be substantially similar to these elevations.
So that brings up a question I have, Michael. So we don't generally say to a applicant or developer that you have to build a 3-sided brick home in there and make that a condition.
There are times where rezonings like this do have conditions. Typically, it is not recommended by staff. But there are some times where a builder may agree to, substantially brick or stone material for the homes. And Planning Commission, of course, can impose conditions as well as City Council. Planning Commission can recommend conditions, and City Council can also add conditions. But staff does not usually do that. Of course, we have that regulation that doesn't allow for the metal exterior on a home, so we don't want to overstep within what's in our code.
Right. I think that the applicant did say that they were willing to look at a more cohesive type palette color, and I guess I can ask the applicant when he comes up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jill.
Question. I know that Alpharetta recently completed or almost completed the Waters Road to North Point Road widening project. Is there any Alpharetta development going on from Waters Road to Old Milton? Or is that no?
Not at this time. I don't believe there's anything planned or funded.
Okay. So this extra turn lanes on both sides, that would be the only, and the light upgrades, that's it? Okay.
All right, let's move forward to the applicant. We can come back with any additional questions, but Mr. Woodman and Jill, thank you so much for your time. At this time, we'd like the applicant to step forward for a presentation.
Yeah.
The computer's down.
You're more than welcome.
The computer's down.
I believe so. You don't get to the mark. Yeah.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Don Rollator. My address is 200 Foothills Parkway, Marble Hill, Georgia, 30148. I'm here tonight with J.R. Crow, who's Vice President of Land Acquisition for Toll Brothers, Cassie Fitzgerald, who's Land Acquisition Manager at Toll Brothers, and Chris McCrary, who is Director of Planning for McFarland Dyer and Associates, which is part of the Bowman Group. We weren't aware that the computer system is down tonight, so a couple of exhibits we were going to present to you, we're not going to be able to. We had a rendering of the landscape planted buffer that is very impressive, but just the same, I'm sorry, we'll have to do without it. If we're down, we're down. Anyway, I want to introduce briefly Toll Brothers to you as a company. Toll Brothers is the nation's leading builder of luxury homes. It operates in 24 states. Toll Brothers acquired Sharp Residential in 2019 and has the local division office here in Alpharetta. Toll Brothers has continued to expand its presence over North Fulton, Forsyth, Cherokee, Cobb, and Gwinnett counties, with 10 communities currently open for sale. Some recent projects include a portion of Shirley Estates and Alpharetta, several communities in Forsyth County, including Brook, Meade, and Northfield, Edgewood and East Cobb, and Grand Reserve in Roswell, which Roswell just approved in the fall of last year, 2021. I think Michael has done a great job of explaining the property to you. I'll just hit a few highlights. It's 22.744 acres. It's on the north side of Kimball Bridge Road at its intersection with Bice Road. The property is zoned AG right now, agricultural, and is undeveloped with substantial tree growth and has one stream located in the extreme northeast corner of the property. It's woods. It's the best I can tell you. There are no structures on this property. The property is abutted on the north and on the east by Park Brook Subdivision, which is zoned CUP. The south boundary is Kimball Bridge Road. The west boundary is a portion of unpaved Bice Road. It's a gravel road, very narrow, and the David Webb property. I believe the Webb family is here tonight and may speak to you. The property is wider on an east-west basis than it is on a north-south basis. We have an awful lot of frontage along Kimball Bridge Road and along Bice Road. It's not as deep as it reaches from Kimball Bridge up to the back end of Park Brook Subdivision. The lowest elevations on the property are the 2 points on the north where we have planned detention facilities. Across the boundary line from there are the existing Park Brook drainage structures. So this property is designed, or will be designed when the hydrology is complete, to take the water off of this property, to hold it, to release it at no greater rate than it releases today, but hopefully on a much better program. And ideally, it would release directly into the two Park Brook inlets. We don't have control over that. We've had great discussions with the Park Brook Board. We would leave it open in the future, and we would tell you that if Park Brook chose to agree to it, then we would be happy to pipe those remaining few feet from our detention pond outlet into their inlet. It's very short distance, but I can say in all fairness, the discussions haven't gotten to the point of talking about where to put the water yet. So I wanted to let you be aware that that's what it is. There is a traffic signal on the south boundary of the intersection of Kimball Bridge and Bice Road. We've agreed to improve that traffic signal, to put a left turn lane there, to put a deceleration lane coming from the other way, to improve the traffic flow in the area so that we don't create a negative impact on that intersection. We propose to rezone the property R15 for the development of 41 lot subdivision of new homes. It's shown on the site plan. We requested 2 variances. Michael's covered those. Along the interior road, we're asking to reduce it from 35-foot front setback to 25 feet to bring the subdivision more interior into itself and to provide more room in the back, particularly along the Park Brook boundary. The other variance is to reduce the setback along Kimball Bridge Road to allow us to work in the houses properly from 65 feet to 45 feet. The abutting subdivisions and nearby subdivisions on Kimball Bridge Road have setbacks that don't exceed 45 feet. They're either 40 feet or 45 feet. So it was staff's recommendation that both of these be approved, that they match what's existing in the area. We have agreed to increase the rear building setback on the lots that abut Park Brook subdivision from 25 feet to 30 feet. We have agreed to require the Subdivision Homeowners Association to maintain the stormwater management system on a scheduled basis. That doesn't mean, well, it's looking a little bushy, we better get in there and fix it. It means that every 3 months, 6 months, whatever the program calls for, the maintenance crew comes in there and they do such maintenance as necessary to keep that detention facility in good operating order. To give you an idea of what we're looking at in that area, we're not sure till we get the final hydrology whether those ponds will be wet ponds with water always in them or dry ponds. Like I said, we can't control the rainwater, but once the hydrology is done, they'll have a pretty good idea of which they'll be. Either can be made attractive. With the right plantings and the right stone and the right gravel and this, that, and the other, that can be very attractive areas. They don't breed reptiles, they don't breed insects, they do those kind of things. The question of whether we take it and make it an amenity area, I would tell you that we may have an interest in that, but we would also ask that you heed the desires and concerns of the people in Park Brook. If they're concerned about pedestrian traffic back there, we don't have to do it. If they think it would be an amenity as well, it looks good to everybody, then we'd be pleased to do it. But we don't want to create a problem for someone else that doesn't exist today. The only required setback between Park Brook and this subdivision under the city code is a 5-foot landscape strip. That just means you put some plantings in a 5-foot sector. We've agreed to do a 10-foot landscape strip, most importantly, landscaped to buffer standards. This is the slide we don't have for you tonight because we don't have a computer that I would tell you is what makes this effective. You go in with, you used to say Leland cypress, they're disease prone. You say cryptomeria, you say magnolia, other plants like that that create an absolute solid screen. They grow quickly, we plant them pretty good size to start with. And you put a decorative fence in that, which looks for all the world like wrought iron. but it's aluminum because aluminum doesn't rust and it's easier to maintain. You can powder coat it, black, dark green, whatever the desire is, and make it work, and it makes a magnificent screen. The reason we feel that that's sufficient is because Toll Brothers is desperately interested in selling these new homes for excess of $1 million apiece. Somebody that's going to spend that kind of money on a house, I don't think wants to look at their neighbor's barbecue grill or hot tub. So we are disposed to do a jam-up job of that rear area to protect our homeowners as well as to protect the people in Park Brook. We've agreed to label that 10-foot landscape strip as a no-access strip so that people can't cut holes in the fence and create flow with their neighbor, make paths, do that kind of thing. It isolates the two developments from one another. It's not a city-required process, but we have agreed to do that to further take consideration of the area between the two properties. Applicant will heavily landscape Kimball Bridge Road frontage, including tree plantings, knee walls, preservation of existing trees, and creating an entry statement where the subdivision accesses the traffic signal. It will look very attractive because it's in our best interest as much as it is anyone else in the city to make this subdivision a desirable place to call home. The homes are planned to be 2 stories with a basement with a variety of architectural themes. It's amazing to me these days how varied architecture people want in their new homes. When Park Brook was built, they were brick. And I'll be honest with you, Park Brook is a magnificent subdivision. I love the appearance. I drive through it when I go to their homeowners meetings. But that was 1993, 94, 95. In 2022, you see stone, you see board and batten, you see shake, you see brick, you see all kind of things. And having all of those things is what makes the subdivision desirable. We don't want to limit it to brick or to any particular material because the people who come into our design center will choose what they see as the exterior of their house that they want, and it's still subject to city approval. The city has a great many architectural standards in condition number 2 that are important here. If there happen to be concrete walls or hard surface walls at the back of the detention facilities, then we will cover those hard walls in stone or brick or a combination thereof, subject to the city staff approval. We will provide them a plan or 2 or 3 plans, and they will tell us what they will allow to be constructed back there. The detention facility tops will be heavily landscaped, and because of the other conditions in this, top of those walls will be a minimum of 10 feet from the property line. We have to have room for the water to flow out. And like I say, I've already discussed with you our concept for piping to the existing system if it's allowed. If not, we can manage it. My other feeling with you on stormwater and maintenance of it is twofold. The city has some of the most stringent standards I've seen in the state of Georgia for stormwater control. The reason is it used to eat them up. All through downtown we have issues like that. The city was crafty enough and intelligent enough to create ordinances that say you can't do that anymore. They're dead serious about them, and the developer understands they're dead serious about them. These are designed by professionals to meet all of the city criteria, and the city isn't kidding when they say the water won't leave that property at any greater rate than it does today. The good news is when we collect it and do it that way, it is more than likely that it will somewhat reduce the flow. It will certainly redirect it. So a lot of places where it's just running off our woods today into the Park Brook lots will be affected by the final design of the stormwater system for this property. It can't get worse, it can get better. The traffic generation from the site is minimal. The morning AM peak is 35 trips. The evening AM peak is 45 trips. It's only 41 lots, and we're doing significant traffic improvements at the intersection to mitigate whatever impact we may have in the area. None of the public schools which serve the development are over capacity. One is under capacity and 2 are at capacity. The staff has recommended approval of this project, subject to the staff conditions, and I'd like to take just a minute and discuss those with you. Ms. Callum, have you passed those out? Okay. This is one of my most exciting times in the city of Alpharetta. We have so few comments on the conditions that, Mr. Brady, I'm almost embarrassed to mention them, but I'll go ahead with it. The statements in condition 8 are in addition to what staff required and are beneficial to everyone. We ask that you add that a 5-foot decorative aluminum fence shall be erected in the 10-foot planted buffer. We have agreed to that with the board of the Park Brook Owners Association and asked that it be in there. We also said that the Homeowners Association shall be required to maintain the stormwater detention facilities on a scheduled basis. That's another point that we, A, agreed to with staff, and B, agreed to with the Park Brook Homeowners Association. So those are pluses. We'll also add, with your permission, that we will build a fence along the west boundary for the Webb family. The exact language of prior to construction or at the start of construction, we need to work on with them because we have to get the equipment in there to clear it to the point we can put up the fence. But I think it's a minor problem. I think it can be worked out with the Webbs, and we do ask that you add a condition that we provide a fence along the western boundary. Number 13 is the only issue we have tonight, and I think you'll hear from the Webb family on this. Staff had asked that we dedicate approximately 5 feet of right-of-way on Bice Road and improve it with a minimum 6-foot sidewalk, 6-foot planter, blah, blah, blah. Bice Road there is a gravel driveway. It might look really funny to have a big sidewalk and a big path to nowhere. We're happy to dedicate that property to the city today so that whenever the remaining property up Bice Road next door is developed, then it can be required that they build a sidewalk because the land is there. It'll be owned by the city, free and clear. I think you'll hear input from the Webb family as well that they don't care to have any improvements going on their nice country road. So those are the only comments we have on the conditions that are before you. I think right now, before we reserve time for rebuttal, it might be a good time, Mr. Vice Chairman, for us to ask if there are questions on behalf of the Planning Commission, what we can answer. And that will be not only me, but it will be Chris and will be JR and whoever we need to do. But I would ask you at this time, if you have questions, we're happy to answer them.
I think I'd like just to ask a question, if you don't mind, before I get in. Describe the entry of the community, like as far as, I don't know if I completely missed like the monuments and things like that going in the front with signage and things like that. How exactly will that look?
I think we're searching for a
Or you can describe it. We can talk about it.
Okay, it would be an entry statement, a constructed entryway, like brick, stone, whatever, say the name of the subdivision on it, and be substantial. There would also be heavy landscaping in there, which is on the landscape plan, if you look at it, so that it makes the proper statement for it. Lots of trees, lots of bushes, all of that stuff. But the actual stone, brick, and concrete work, again, if we had all the equipment tonight, I could show it to you. So I'm going to have to paint word pictures for you, and I apologize. It's just the best we can do.
I think it's up there.
We have the picture up.
We have the.
Do you?
Yeah.
Any further questions?
I do have a couple questions. So on your condition here, a 5-foot decorative aluminum fence shall be erected in the 10-foot planted buffer. Like is it on the Park Brook side? Is it on?
Good question.
Okay.
No, it's on our property. That's the only place we can put it. My suspicion will be that it will be at or very near the very rear of our property.
Okay.
So that we get the full benefit of the landscape in front of it. But it has to be on our property. We can't put it on anybody else.
Okay, and when you say the homeowners association, are you saying both Park Brook and the new subdivision?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Our newly formed mandatory homeowners association will be charged with the responsibility in the covenants of maintaining all those areas.
Okay.
As well as the front entries, they will maintain them. They will not have a choice. Part of the budget of that thing, and it'll have mandatory fees, part of that budget will go to maintain the detention area so that we don't run amok.
okay, so we've had a lot of discussion, and I know you've talked a lot with the residents and the homeowners association about this buffer. And I know you guys actually provided a 10-foot landscape buffer, and you're suggesting a no access strip. So I guess it's a little disappointing to me that you guys didn't come up with a common agreement similar to what Windward did with the developer prior to the start of that development. And it just seems to me like you could have come up with I know some people were all over the board with a 100-foot buffer, and you've come up with a 10-foot buffer. It just seems like we could maybe increase the buffer to make them a little bit happier.
Sure.
And maybe make it a 20-foot buffer.
Let me respond to you. That's an excellent question, and I appreciate you asking it. The difficulty and what we've tried to do to resolve it is providing people with a very nice home with a reasonable backyard. In the backyard, they may want an outdoor kitchen. They may want an outdoor fireplace. They may want a gathering area. They may want a swimming pool. When we put in the 30-foot rear setback, and then we took measurements based on GIS, they're not perfect, but they're close, of the distance between homes, what we found was that right now, the distance between the houses in Park Brook among themselves varies from 13 feet to 45 feet apart. They're zoned to a smaller quantity. If we measure from the back of one of our houses to the back of a Park Brook house, it runs anywhere from 75 feet to 199 feet. The average is 104 feet of distance. So we feel like we've provided an adequate space and distance between subdivisions because our distance from them is more than them from each other. And we've still provided for the people who buy these homes to have a very nice backyard. That's been our reasoning. We have not been able to reach full accord with Park Brook, I will tell you that. The difference with Shirley Estates negotiated with Windward, and in exchange for the 25-foot buffer on a different and unique property, doesn't look exactly like this, shaped different topography, they also negotiated to become members of and to join the Windward Association. So they have the right to use all of the facilities. So it was a give and take. Park Brook is not interested in us joining their amenity facilities, and we appreciate it, and we don't need it. We understand that, but that's a little bit of difference between the two. If taking a 10-foot buffer and arbitrarily making it 20 feet of buffer did more for the development and for the neighbors in actual effect, then perhaps we'd consider it. But right now, it's just distance. House to house, there's a lot of distance, and I think that's more important than what arbitrary line you draw on the ground. If I had $1,300,000 brand new house and I wanted a big fireplace outside and a fire pit and a swimming pool, I'd hate to be restricted in that price range because of that. They're not buffers and setbacks like that in Park Brook. They're asking for something that they don't have among themselves or don't have against anyone else, and it's in excess of what the city code requires. We've been conscious of that and tried to take it in a proactive way and to do it tastefully and properly so that we don't see them and they don't see us. We believe that we can take a heavily landscaped 10-foot buffer, and we can do that because of the fact also that we moved the setback line to 30 feet. We're less deep than people. We were able to do that because the staff was agreeable with us to take our front setback along the street and move it from 35 feet to 25 feet so we can get more forward. So it's been give and take. It's just been staff-led.
What if you moved the the home to the front 5 feet?
You get into a topography problem, is the way it's explained to me, and if I don't do a good job, I'll ask Chris to explain it.
Now, I'm just talking about these 4 lots, or...
No, I understand.
Yeah, okay.
But it depends on how they slope from the street. If they were flat, it might work, but chances are they're going to be up or down. And if you've got a driveway and you've got to drop it a certain amount of feet to get to grade for the lot, and you've got to do it within 20 feet instead of 25 feet, you may have a grade or a slope on your driveway that's unacceptable. So there are all kind of things that weigh into this. When we first started this application, my thoughts were a lot simpler than they are now, until we started talking to the people who designed, and they said, well, if you move this part, that part moves. If you move that part, this part moves. So that is the rationale to this point for the position that we've taken.
Well, I wish you would consider a bigger one. So what about the undisturbed? You're saying a 10-foot landscape buffer, but is that a 10-foot undisturbed buffer?
No, it has to be disturbed to be built. But once it's built, we can't destroy it. If you said undisturbed, you just have to leave the trees and vines and bushes that are there right now and walk off. That's ugly.
That's an undisturbed.
It's wood.
Okay.
That's not attractive. So we are going to build a buffer standard landscape strip, and then it has to stay there. The new neighbor can't go in and take his hedge trimmer and lay waste to the buffer. It's in the covenants. It's in the site plan. It's enforceable. Plus, I guess there's always one or two. I don't know who would want to do that, but that opportunity would be shut out if this is approved as a condition, and that's the way the staff has proposed it. I would tell you also that we'll continue to talk with the Park Brook Association and discuss with them everything that's out there on the table. I had told their secretary today that we're not closing any doors. We gave them a set of the conditions we're agreeable to. And we will certainly continue those discussions until the 25th, 26th, whatever that Monday night is. I understand your concern. I hope we've explained a little bit of why. But I get it. I understand what you're driving.
Well, I appreciate it. The only, and I don't want to...
You're up.
The last question I have is the detention ponds. So I understand, and I guess that conversation could be had with Park Brook about whether they would like it to be an amenity. I think that would be a really good discussion to have. I like the idea of it being, with, landscaped, with looking more like a pond than a square box with a...
I'm comfortable with the design of the pond, and Chris can address it if you want to, as to how it will appear. We can't tell you yet whether it will be always a pond or whether it will be a dry amenity at times. I would tell you that the desired result is to keep it dry when you can, as you cut down on a lot of other issues you might incur. But the land, the study, and how much rain the good Lord gives us will determine what type of pond goes in there. I assure you we can make it attractive. We're trying to be respectful of Park Brook's concerns when we say that whether we amenitize it or not, we will leave up to them. Some people say, well, that'll look pretty, do it. Others would say, well, I don't want all those people walking right at the back of my lot. And I can appreciate that as well. So I would tell you that we're flexible there. Whatever comes to a final shake by the time we get to city council, or whatever the city council decides to do, one of the two, we're agreeable with.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one clarifying question on something you said. With the fence that's potentially going to go on Bice Road there, you had talked about a construction entrance on there. Is that just for when you're grading, or is that entirely during the whole time?
No, part of the grading of the property, we'll have no construction entrance on Bice Road.
So it'll still be off the main Kimball?
Yeah, we're just trying to fence Ms. Webb off so she doesn't have unwanted visitors.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any further questions?
Just for my knowledge, how many times have you met with Park Brook?
3 times. Michael gave you the dates, and we're certainly willing to meet again. They have been very reasonable to deal with and to negotiate with. They've been gracious hosts. We appreciate their time, and we'll go back again. We're happy to.
I think you were complete with any questions. Are you complete with your presentation?
Thank you. We would reserve time for rebuttal, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your presentation. Deeply appreciate the limited changes, Mr. Rollator.
I'm overjoyed.
At this time, I'd like to open it up for public comments. Like anybody that is opposed to the applicant's request to please step forward.
Before I call the first person, are there any other cards for Toll Brothers? Okay, I apologize in advance if I say your name incorrectly. First up is Miss Belinda, 3910 Brookline Drive.
As we welcome you up to the podium, just as a kind reminder, when you step up, you'll state your name and your address. And if you don't mind speaking clearly into the mic so we can capture your comments on recording.
Okay. I gotta find the color ones. Where I got the color ones. Oh, of course I can't find the color ones. All right. Well, I have copies. Does anybody want some?
Mr. Woodman will grab those.
Is there a color one right here? The color one. Okay.
Also like just to add for housekeeping, if you're stepping forward representing an HOA, please let us know that you're representing an organization.
No. Okay. Okay, my name is Belinda Kazmierski. I'm one of the Park Brook residents that one of their very smaller lots, but my lot right here. Okay, this is my lot, and this is one of their smaller lots that they have in the back.
Belinda, can you go to the microphone
Yeah,
for us, please?
Is this the micro?
If you don't mind, we can have Mr. Woodman, if you don't mind stepping
Can you hear
up.
this now?
You can have prefer the, if
Can
you
you
don't mind
hear this?
stepping up to the podium.
Well, I've got,
We'll have someone point that out for you. I was going to have someone help you out.
okay. Oops, all right.
There
Can
we
you hear me better? Okay, my name is Belinda Kazmierski. I live at 3910 Brookline Drive. I'm very familiar with Toll Brothers. I've seen their homes in Lakeway, Texas, and they're beautiful. They're all brick. They're gorgeous. Yes, I'm familiar with them. We're not opposed to Toll Brothers completely, but we did ask for some things in the very beginning, probably in January, because we felt that they were a little skimpy on the backside of the property, and they're very close to our homes. So we did ask for a large buffer, undisturbed buffer, 100 feet from the back lot to the back of their homes. We wanted 50 of that to be undisturbed and left the way it is. We do kind of feel, well, let me just go ahead and read this. And I really like all these people. They're really nice. I've met them all. So to the planning department and citizens of Alpharetta, please commit to standing behind us and require at least a 25-foot undisturbed buffer or more, 3-sided brick homes, and not building upon the stream. Those are a few of many questionable practices of the conceptual plan as drawn by Toll Brothers. For the 25-foot undisturbed buffer, it's really necessary to prevent serious runoff in our community and the complete downward slope from their dominant property onto our adjacent properties. If you can see that, and I think y'all have copies. According to the City of Alpharetta buffer guidance, buffers help prevent property loss due to erosion, and that's what we're concerned with. We're concerned with erosion in our properties. Park Brook residents who live downstream also have cause for concern. The downslope from the dominant land is so prominent that the water will rush into Park Brook, possibly causing other water issues for other neighbors on the stream, not just the ones behind the parcel. We're talking, they're the dominant land. They're going to be building impervious houses right, next to each other at the top where it just will cause issues. Even if the runoff is prevented from the highest point, storm waters would be channeled into the Park Brook or Park Bridge Dam located at the rear of the pavilion field. The City of Alpharetta is already painfully aware that there is already flooding issues at the dam and throughout the greenway for weeks after a heavy rain. You can drive down Webb Bridge Road and see the flooding. It's very bad. So please see the attached buffers, this one, at the other neighborhoods. The city of Alpharetta and builders have always, if you can see the green, those are really large area, these are really large buffers that have already been instigated at other properties that were built like adjacent to Park Brook, like when the registry was built, there's pretty large buffers there. Kimball Estates has large buffers on the behind their street there. Glen Abbey has some 100-foot buffers. So we're not really asking for anything that's like unusual for the north side of Kimball Bridge, the north side of Kimball Bridge. So we've already, you know, the city of Alpharetta has been good at citizens up until these 4 homes. And, well, I don't know what's going to go on, so I shouldn't have said that. And the builders have always maintained a healthy buffer. So the need to maintain a buffer, a natural habitat for the wildlife which inhabit and are around the greenway and the surrounding wooded areas and neighborhoods. Because we're home to deer, turtle, fox, a myriad of migrating birds, including but not limited to cardinals, hummingbirds, a variety of woodpeckers, hawks, doves, and a multiple of other bird species. And these birds are losing their migrating homes. They don't have these large trees. So when the greenway also is completely underwater, as it often is, the animals travel to higher land and access the stream drinking water that's on the property. So we're kind of saying, please, our area north of Kimball Bridge, the registry, Park Brook, Kimball Estates, and our jewel, which is Glen Abbey, the north side has always had wooded acreage within our communities and on the buffers. If you look at the topography coming down, you can see all the wooded areas. So, okay, another issue that we had was 3-sided brick homes. All the homes on the north side of Kimball Bridge consist of at least 3-sided brick homes, if not 4-sided when they face streets or other properties. All the developments on the north side of Kimball Bridge, and I repeat, the registry, Park Brook, Kimball Estates, and Glen Abbey adhered to these 3-sided brick standards, and to do less would bring down our property values. In the new development that was presented in the city staff report this week, Toll Brothers wants no more than 50% of the homes having siding as the primary and more than 50% material on the front facade and sides. Homes utilizing more than 25% siding on the front facade shall include a covered porch. Well, we all love the farmhouse look. It's a nice new trend that's going right now. But we really want to ask that y'all please make them paint their brick, but have 3-sided brick on most of the homes. I mean, to have hardy plank or siding on a lot of these homes, it just doesn't fit with the north side of Kimball Bridge. Although, and I think I mentioned that I have seen Lakeway, Texas Toll Brother homes, and they're all brick and they're beautiful. So we also kind of wanted to mention this whole process has been so rushed that, you know, for homeowners like myself and a lot of the homeowners that are on abut the property, the responsibility that fell onto us to review and learn all about the city codes, all about the stormwater codes, all of that was like pushed into a matter of 2 months. And luckily I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I had plenty of time to do this. But okay, so let's just go back to, there is a smaller footprint with the 22.7 acres versus the Shirley Estate 30 acres. You know, they always say, go to look at Shirley Estates, look how beautiful it is. And it is beautiful. And but they had a larger, spacious place to build out on. So we also wanted to know how come y'all didn't have them abide by the low impact development, which was building around some of the natural trees and things. So the third thing that I brought up the 3-sided brick, and I brought up the 25, and just, oh, here's some of their homes. These are beautiful, that if they're stone and brick, we love those. We think they're beautiful, but these begin to start taking down the property values. We think we just really don't think it matches with the north side of Alpharetta. Okay, sorry. So what do I say? I'm a little nervous. I don't know if y'all noticed. I don't usually do this. Where am I?
You're doing great.
Thank you. That do not allow to build on the stream. It is untrue that the stream is, well, it's been piped, but it is a natural stream. It goes 400 to 500 to 600 feet long. It goes, okay, this is a small picture, but you can see it's clear, clean water. It's beautiful. It percolates from under the ground, and it's gorgeous. It's 400 to 500 or 500 feet long. The natural stream begins where Toll Brothers wants to fill in and construct a home. This goes against the City of Alpharetta's riparian buffer guidance. This is, okay. On page 1, which advocates for protecting the buffer zones on water of all sizes. Guidance includes that many residential areas are built around small streams, which feed crystal clear water into large streams and rivers. Preserving buffers on these streams, no matter the size, not only protects these surface waters, but allows water to percolate through the soil and replenish the groundwater. More City of Alpharetta buffer guidance includes, without the buffers, homes and residential neighborhoods can contribute sediment, fertilizers, pesticides, metals, oils, and other vehicle fluids, pet waste, and other pollutants to the nearby waters. Eventually, these will end up in our drinking water. So where they want to develop the first home, it is the source of the beginning of this stream. And it will affect the close to 400, 600 feet of stream going down to the creeks. They should not be allowed to fill and build on this natural area. And so those were the three things that a lot of if the residents that agree with this want to stand up in Park Brook and raise your hand, stand up, or we're all, very concerned about some of the activities. We're not against Toll Brothers coming in. We just want them to adhere to and then there was a point that they said that if possible that Webbridge might sell the property to them, that they could reevaluate some of the things that we brought up to them before. And I would say, let's table this, because I think the Webb people are talking to them. And if they are, then, maybe there could be a reevaluation of how this property is used. And it could keep, in our area, it could keep the wildlife, and the stream completely beautiful, clear, and clean. So thank y'all. I hope.
Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you so much for an impressive package you put together. That's incredible.
Can I show you what one of their ponds over at Broadmead looks like? It's just lay it there. I lost this. I'll get it up. I mean, I'm not opposed to Toll Brothers, but where is it? I just had it. Of course, it's not going to show up.
If you're having any difficulty, you're more than welcome to come back up if you want to do something like that.
Right.
Is that okay?
I'll find it and.
Okay, no problem. I just want to be respectful for everybody else who probably wants to step forward. And thank you so much for your comments. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next ones are going to be undecided. Next is Madav Gokli of 3930 Brookline Drive.
Just as a reminder again, when you step forward, state your name and please speak into the microphone so we can capture the recording.
So, Honorable Commissioners, my name is Madhav Gokhale. I live at 3930 Brookline Drive in Park Brook Subdivision, and my home is at the north edge of the lot that we are discussing. So, the 4 lots that we talked about, I will be seeing their backyards. So that lot slopes towards my house and my neighbor's house. And rainwater runoff is a big problem, and that's my concern. And we have had some discussion about hydrology reports, and engineers will figure that out, no doubt. And they will figure out how the rainwater from the street goes to the pipes and everything. What concerns me is those 4 or 5 homes that we'll be looking at, what happens to their backyards. That water will still run off, and I can tell you today, we are really protected by the woods. It's a heavy woods in that area, and those very old mature trees, they retain a lot of water, and so we don't get the runoff. It's not a current problem. But when those trees are gone, I'm sure that will have an adverse impact. And so what I would ask the commissioners to do is to put some requirements on Toll Brothers that they put some kind of a barrier along our property, like I'm not an engineer, so I'm not sure about the words, but I think it's called berm. So put a berm along that property, and that will be a very easy and visual way for us to know the water is just not rushing towards us. I think it's a very reasonable request to make. And also, I would like to ask the 25-foot setback buffer with the heavy wooded area undisturbed, because those woods are the best protection against water runoff. They absorb the rainwater, they retain it, and that will also act as a screen. Instead of the 10-foot that the builder is recommending, I would like to ask for 25-foot undisturbed buffer. So those are the concerns I want to voice, and hopefully you would consider them.
Thank you so much
That's
for
all
your
I have.
comments. Thank you.
Next is Franklin Lemond, 4645 Park Brook Trace.
Sure, we'll go ahead and let you show your point here for 1 second.
Go over to Brook Mead, and this is a picture of like a house very close to a detention pond. Can y'all see this?
Unfortunately, with our technology tonight, we have a bit of an issue. I don't think it's going to do you any justice looking at that. I apologize to you.
It's all right, but it's pretty brown. Here, I'll just.
Absolutely. Thank you. We can go ahead and step up. Thank you so much for that picture.
Good evening. My name is Franklin Lemond. I'm the secretary of the Park Brook Community Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board of Park Brook with my comments tonight. I'd like to thank you for making time to hear from us. I'd also like to thank Toll Brothers and Don Rohlater for the opportunity to sit down and communicate with them over the past couple of months. There are a couple of concerns that I have today as Secretary of the Community Association. There was an amended variance request that was added to this package 1 week ago today. And that amended variance request included reducing the setbacks on Kimball Bridge Road and Bice Road from 65 feet to 45 feet, and a removal of some of the 20-foot landscape buffer along those areas. Now, part of the problem why that's an issue or problematic to me, and I understand that, you know, this plan design goes through a process, but the most current designs that we saw here tonight predated that amended variance request. And so the plats that we looked at as to how the houses would look didn't even take into account these new distance variations because they predated the new variance request. So I don't know that we've seen, you know, an accurate depiction of what the houses will actually look like, what the lot sizes will actually be if we take into account the reduced setback requirements that were recently added to the package. An additional change that causes the board pause is the addition of condition 1, the potential interparcel access to the west and northwest, if approved by staff, to the other web properties. That's not something that has been on the table, so to speak, before. Indeed, and I don't mean to cast any aspersions by any stretch of the imagination. Like I said, I understand things change. But when we sat down with Toll Brothers the first time, we specifically asked, were there any plans to acquire subsequent parcels of land owned by the Webbs that went further back onto Bice Road that would then abut different portions of Park Brook, and we were told that that was not on the table. And so to see that on the table now, as Ms. Karasmirsky alluded to, makes us think that maybe there's, something percolating, something afoot. Maybe we should pump the brakes a little bit and see, is that something that's coming down the pike? Because if they're acquiring additional lands and potential additional lots, that could certainly impact the number of lots that they would need to develop in the first 22 acres if they've got additional acreage down the pipeline, where they could move some of these homes and address some of the setback conditions or concerns that some of the neighbors, have expressed. Condition number 2 is also a concern. I don't personally have, a problem with shaker-style, houses and some of the plans that they are, recommending or that they'll make available to potential home buyers. But I do think that having up to 50% of the homes with greater than 50% of the materials being siding is somewhat inconsistent with what you see on that side of Kimball Bridge Road, whether it's in Park Brook or Glen Abbey or some of the other subdivisions along that area. And then, finally, well, I've got 2 issues. So the next one is the setback issue. The most recent request from the board was to increase the 30-foot setback to a 40-foot setback. In addition, and that 40-foot setback would include the 10-foot planting no access buffer. We do feel that the more distance we can create from the Toll Brothers homes to the common property line will give water runoff, a greater chance to dissipate through the ground or to get caught in the landscaping buffer or in the trees that might exist in someone's backyard. And so increasing those setbacks is only going to further mitigate potential runoff issues that Park Brook is concerned about. We also have a concern about the potential piping into Park Brook's infrastructure in the underground pipes. Our infrastructure is, especially in that part of the neighborhood, is 30-plus years old now. And we don't necessarily know at this point, whether those pipes could handle an additional amount of flow. And I understand that the detention or retention ponds are designed to hold water as necessary and release it over time. But I guess, I'm just concerned whether or not the existing infrastructure that's 30 years old is going to last. And as Ms. Bazinet indicated earlier in response to the question from Mr. Perkins, Park Brook's remedy against Toll Brothers is limited solely to design or implementation problems. And so if our, infrastructure were to fail simply because it's old and it couldn't handle the increased capacity, but that was not something, but it's not a result of something that Toll Brothers, misdesigned or misimplemented, then that's going to be on us. And, it's going to be a decision that the city made that results in, Park Brook having runoff issues or potentially having, saturated lots or sinkholes or whatever might happen, once the existing 30-year-old infrastructure is no longer, maintainable. So, these are just some of the concerns that we have. I'm not saying this as an advocate against the development. I certainly think that the development along the lines of what Toll Brothers is suggesting and has brought here, would be a welcome addition to the area. It's certainly an improvement over some of the other neighborhoods that we've seen on the opposite side of Kimball Bridge Road. And so we commend them for that. But given some of the recent changes, like the added variance request that I mentioned and the interparcel access issue with the Webb properties, You know, it might, from a board perspective, it might be worthwhile pumping the brakes, maybe tabling this to the next Planning Commission meeting so that we can sit down and have some further discussions with Toll Brothers and further discussions with city staff on how some of these issues could be remedied in a way that is acceptable to both Park Brook and Toll Brothers and the city of Alpharetta. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service as secretary to your community association. Next.
The last one I have is Judy Webb, 1155 Bice Road.
Nice and nice. Judy Webb, 11155 Bice Road. Been there for 40 odd years, 41 years. The family has owned it since they bought it from Sherry Bice in 1940s. And the Bice, his ancestor, was the original purchaser of the property during the gold they were the gold lotteries when the Cherokee were removed in the 1840s. So we got a little bit of history, and I've encouraged them to consider wrapping that into their development. First of all, I'll point out that we got a postcard saying, you know, you're invited to make an offer on the property if you're interested in this rural property. I reminded my brother-in-law that Mr. Sproul had offered to sell it to him for about $50 an acre. Back, oh, I don't know, 50s, 60s, something like that. And we should make that offer. You know, it was made to us to begin with. That didn't happen. We first encountered them when I was leaving for a meeting one night, almost at dusk. And there's this truck parked on our road. And since we've had hoodlums and break-ins and all kinds of things that have happened along Bice Road over the years, and especially when things were being built around us. Right, Paul? How many break-ins? That's when we asked for the fence. But at any rate, I stopped, as we always do, got out to take a picture of his license plate, and he starts yelling, "I'm in the woods." I said, "Who are you?" "I'm with the property here. We're buying the property." Okay. So he crawled out of the briar patch and talked to me on the road. He was very gracious, gave me his phone number. So sometime after that, we met with him February 24th, I think pretty quickly after that. We asked for a plan to show a road cut to Bice Road. Now, we've been saying interparcel access. I think that's the term that's got things a little bit convoluted right now. And they were supposed to go back and draw up a plan that would show us that. March 10th, they came back with a plan. They'd been talking to the city, and I don't know who else. And their plan included an interparcel access buying our property. Our property is not for sale, y'all. Okay? I intend to be 100 when I pass away. I'm not sure about Paul, he owns the rest of it there. But we're doing, funny thing on my notes, I was doing old lady maintenance, so we take care of ourselves. And so they put a lot of stuff on the table, and, you know, we can do this, we can build around you, and yada, yada, yada. Lived around construction, it ain't fun, okay? Not our speed. So they asked Paul to consider their plan. They actually put a money offer on the table. And he said, well, it's $3 million. They said, oh, yeah, an acre is what Paul wants. So, in fact, I had a real estate agent who called, or Snipes, I don't know who they are, but they call us on a regular basis. And yesterday, I didn't tell Paul this yet, nice lady was, you know, she called me by name. She knew my name. Everybody in North Fulton used to know my name, right, Don? Yeah. Okay. I was a community advocate for 40 years. Taught people how to start homeowners associations. Got a lot of the changes made in the zoning applications, the tree ordinances. And that sort of backed out about a dozen years ago. So this has kind of brought me back out of my little hole right now. Don and I were still had color in our hair when we started. And we faced off, sometimes friendly and sometimes like, But Don will work with you. I think Toll Brothers will work with you. March 17th, Paul said, no sale. You know, you didn't show us a plan for our road cut on Device Road. And so then April the 5th, I got a phone call and my son got a phone call. And we were being asked, you know, well, we can't guarantee it. We got to have this number of lots to make it viable. And this is that kind of market, definitely. Will Paul be willing to sell us some? And I said, you got to ask Paul. Talked to my son. My son said, you got to ask Uncle Paul. So I called Paul and said, he's supposed to call you. He didn't call. Okay? And that was April 5th. So, and he was out, that same person was supposed to send me the copy of the revised plan and the conditions of zoning and everything, and he's out of town, so I didn't get them. So thank heavens to my friends in Park Brook to send it over to me. Okay? And then I came up today and got some copies of things. We definitely, what we're saying about a road cut onto Bice Road is for safety, not just for our family. We have a little family compound there, but also for the traveling public and for these folks. Safety. Now, they gave lowered numbers of the daily trips. The standard traffic engineering count is like 10 trips per house a day. Sounds like a lot, but if you got a place with teenagers, this is probably low because they're out running the roads if they can. We did ask, of course, for the fencing and the screening, so we're working on that right now. We appreciate having a good hydrology report done because our back corner there is affected by that runoff too, that stream. And I mean, I knew before they walked that property because my kids and I used to walk those woods constantly. I could get my husband out there who grew up on the property and get him lost in those woods. It was fun. And I think to JR, I said, you shouldn't be in those woods this time of night because the copperheads and the rattlesnakes start crawling in. So they are on the property. There's a lot of wildlife on the property. We're going to become the little pocket where it all packs in. And they're going to be using our little dirt road probably to try to run back and forth to OC Park or wherever they go. Or they may be just living in our woods constantly. You guys mentioned animals. They didn't miss coyotes. Glen Abbey especially. And then I have a friend who brings over traps when it's trapping season for coyotes. So we are doing our benefit, in helping try to control the coyote population. The deer, didn't say to them, but I will say it now. We asked for the fence on Kimball Bridge Estates when we were building across the road from us. We wouldn't begin to know how many deer got caught up on the spikes on top of that fence. And that's not a fun thing to witness. And the Alpharetta police no longer will come out to put them out of their misery. So it's up to us to do whatever has to be done. And if we call the Department of Natural Resources to do it, then they're 2 hours away on a good day. Or they may come out the next day and they may take care of the animal then. So we don't want spikes on top of our fence. Nobody wants spikes. We've talked about, the detention and everything. Definitely, because our property goes in that direction too. We have no plans to sell. We might negotiate a sliver that will make that road work. But we're not selling our entire track. Is that clear? Okay. I have a handwritten agreement right now. I'll read it to you. He should have said, Dear Paul, because he's the one who holds the property next to him. If you will sell us enough land at market value for us to retain our current lot count of 41, we, Toll Brothers, will provide a connection. We are going to negotiate a sliver of land to make that happen. Negotiations may work and they may not, but I'm hopeful. I think they've got a good track record. I think Don will tell you I'm really good at putting the twist on people to make them do the right thing and the right projects. And I told Toll Brothers there were springs in Park Brook that were being built on top of that were not piped. Reported them, the previous developers who built Park Brook. So we keep an eagle eye on everything. And I told you that too, didn't I, JR? Yes. Okay. Do y'all have any questions for me?
No, you're doing great. But just to be respectful for everybody else,
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think we've been respectful. I think we've kind of covered everything. Public safety, for us to have an access, because we're not all going to live forever. I nearly died 8 years ago. Good Lord, it wasn't finished with me, so I'm looking for that 100 now. But, we want to hold on to what we got for the time being. And being respectful of our neighbors. Park Brook didn't give us any setbacks, didn't give us any buffers when that was being done. And I told some of the planners here, I said, years ago, we had one developer who thought he was smarter than the rest of us. He took the same tract that included Park Brook, and he had a contract on land that fronted on Old Milton Parkway as well. He came in for a multifamily zoning in Alpharetta and asking for annexation of the rest of the property. At the same time, he applied for a rezoning in Fulton County government. So they were coming up the same week. The two zonings were. So he was going to, choose whatever was going to be approved. Guess what happened to that rascal? Both government entities denied him. So we've had successes. We've had things that turned out to be armpits in our community. I will say 40 years in the trenches, I think that I, for one, and so many others, people who still live in Park Brook, were part of the team, have created a good little area out there. And we want to keep it that way. I think Toll Brothers will do it. We just need to make it work. And we're still in discussions of a sliver. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. On both sides? Okay. Anybody else who wanted to say any words that we didn't kind of capture, just to give anybody an opportunity that we missed? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close down the public comment portion and ask the applicant to have an opportunity in rebuttal. I think we've heard a few things here, Mr. Rollator, that your traditional siding, right, on different sides, buffers and berms, those were all things that are common themes that came up with the public comments.
I agree. Thank you so much for your time tonight. There are a few things that I would like to point out and let you understand in this. First off is that the rear of the Park Brook lots, which abut this property, have no buffer. They have a 25-foot rear building setback, period. We have a 30-foot rear setback. We have a 10-foot strip to buffer standards, and we have a fence. Those are things that we are doing in excess of what is required by the code. The density in this project is extremely low. It's 1.8 units per acre. I think it's apparent that there is no agreement to purchase any part of Ms. Webb's property. If we have any doubt of that, I'll be glad to call her back up here and let her testify one more time. We try, and it may sound trite to you, but we try and accommodate as we can the concerns of all abutting neighbors. Mrs. Webb is a abutting neighbor who's been there over 40 years. Her family goes way, way back. I would tell you, just out of compliment that she was the most effective, most ferocious neighborhood advocate in the history of North Fulton County. A lot of it went on in Fulton County before Alpharetta and Johns Creek took the property in. But every time I went down to downtown Atlanta, the first two people I saw were Judy and her friend Dale Nesbitt. We spoke, visits, but she's the most effective I've ever seen. I'd be remiss tonight if I didn't praise her for that. All of our lots meet the minimum 15,000 square foot frontage. Our lots in places are wider than they should be, which is a benefit. We have them at 110 in many places, like along the back of Park Brook. The minimum required width in Park Brook is 80 feet. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to provide luxury housing in a market that is so hot because of the tech industry that this city has intentionally created. The managers, the owners, the big dogs in those industries are looking for a place to live, and we have precious little inventory at this time. My expectation is, if the economy holds up at all, is that these houses will sell out within 12 months. There is no open inventory around here that I can find anywhere. The development, when it's in there, will increase the property values in the area. If you live in Park Brook and they build a $1.3 million, $1.5 million house next door to you, I promise you your property value will go up, not down. We're in compliance with the comprehensive plan and with the future land use plan. The variances are consistent, and the variance from 35 to 25 is to benefit the very people in Park Brook we're trying to assist at this point in time. I pointed out to you the difference between the distances between houses, 37-foot average in Park Brook. We're on an average 104 feet from each of those houses. There will be no increase in the flow of the water leaving this property. We cannot. It's not a question, do we want to, do we not? With the city requirements through the city code, we have to release it at no more than it runs off today. So I can't speak to the present status of the Park Brook system, but I would tell you that we would put no more handle in it right now than it currently exists. Again, it's up to Park Brook as whether they want that last few feet piped or left open. We have no feeling strongly one way or the other. I want to talk lastly about setbacks, distances, what it does. My feeling is if we go with a substantial buffer in the back, we lose all of those lots. They're gone. And when we do that, there's no more development. The site doesn't work. Development's tight these days. You can't take a 41 lot subdivision, throw away 10% of it, and build it and make a profit. It just won't work. Number two, there's nothing like it in the area. Number three, the people who are going to buy there will be the same type people that live in Park Brook today. Fine, upstanding citizens, some of whom serve on city boards and city positions. Good people. They want the same opportunity as everybody else to have a quality backyard so that they can do the nice things they can do to make it their home, their castle, their quiet place. I can't imagine that they would do that if they're staring at the hot tubs and barbecue pits across the way. So I think that Toll Brothers has looked at what the requirements are and reached out beyond that and tried to do what it feels is right and has negotiated in good faith with the Homeowners Association at Park Brook. We praise them for that. We're not through with them yet. They're good people. But we have negotiated it linked with the staff to get the conditions to where we didn't have a lot of red ink to talk about tonight. I think this is a quality development that the city will be proud to have. I ask you to recommend approval of it tonight. And I ask you that if you have any remaining questions before I sit down, our entire staff is available to you to respond to those. So other than that, Mr. Brady, we're complete. But I'll be happy to have any of our group answer any questions that you have.
Any questions to the applicant?
I have one, Don. So like in the hydrology study, did you not, I think I saw something in one of the many pages we read that you all, that part of the hydrology study you agreed to would be to make sure that the current piping for Park Brook is adequate. And if, you know, I'm not asking you to mitigate it, but that was going to be part of the hydrology study.
We will survey it.
Yes?
To determine sizing, because sizing tells you volume. That's best we can do without violating their property rights and on their property. We will look at the plans, look at the specs, look on the ground in public areas, and determine what the capacity is, because we have to do it for the hydrology study. That will indicate to us where we're going and what we're doing. But as I said the first time, we are bound. It's not optional to release the water no greater than it is today. My expectation would be as we grade those lots, which you couldn't grade them back there if you had a 40, 50-foot underspur buffer, and we shape that land to best treat and ship the water that's there now, then I think we have to have a better result than what's out there now. I'm troubled that we have nothing but woods and we have a water problem. I mean, this one's just as green and absorbent as it can be. The only reason there are those small wetlands in the northeast corner is because when they dammed and piped up the creek, they piped the creek that started right at our northeast corner, then it backed up and it created those wetlands. Those wetlands were not there before Park Brook was created. It's only 0.2 acres, and there is a stated process with the Corps of Engineers by which you obtain the permit. The end result will be better than leaving it. If you leave it, you leave swampy, mushy stuff that's got snakes and frogs in it and mosquitoes and whatever else wants to live there. If you turn it into someone's front lawn, I think we're better off. But yeah, the hydrology, we will check the sizing, make a study on that, and determine what the max flow is we can put out the bottom.
And then do you see then reviewing that with the homeowners association, or what
Share
is?
the results with them.
Okay.
It's not a problem. It's going to be public record with the city anyhow, but rather than have them have to file a Freedom of Information Act request, we'll share it with them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Roller. Appreciate it. We'll close the applicant's presentation this time and open it up to the commissioners for any conversation. But before I do, I'd like to just make a comment to the general audience and just say thank you, everybody, for coming here tonight. We really enjoy everybody coming out, and it's a reflection of the community in the city of Alpharetta that everybody kind of binds together, and we have this open forum. We have these open discussions of the concerns, whether it's setbacks, stormwater detention, runoff, types of materials used on homes. These are all the things that come up. And part of this process, the reason why this process works so well is we all come together. We are able to share our concerns. We're able to vet them out into a forum like this. And sometimes it takes time to go through these. So we're all committed to the best product possibly in the city of Alpharetta. While we look at the comprehensive plan, we look at our regulations, we also open it up to citizens to hear your concerns. And it weighs very heavily on our decisions as a recommendation to the city council of what you say and to guard the community as you see it as homeowners. So I just want to thank everyone tonight for doing that. So with that, I'll hand it over to the commissioners for any comments or a motion.
I had a question for the staff about the, when the citizen gave out the handouts, so the city of Alpharetta is already painfully aware that there's already flooding issues at the dam and throughout the greenway for weeks after heavy rain. Is that flooding there on that property? What is that alluding to?
I believe the resident was referring to the Big Creek Greenway flooding. It is known that the Greenway does flood at some times. I, in fact, have been back on the Big Creek Greenway along the path after a fairly good rain, and it does flood its banks.
But not from this property.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't really, I'm not the expert there. Maybe, Jill, if you want to address that.
Big Creek Greenway is completely or just about completely within the 100-year special flood hazard area or the 100-year flood zone. So it is expected to flood quite frequently. Whenever Big Creek jumps its banks, we do see flooding in and around Big Creek Greenway. It has nothing to do with this particular property and more to do with everything that drains into Big Creek, including stuff north of us.
Thank you.
Michael, one other question. This terminology I'm not familiar with. I mean, been on this commission for a while. Low impact development, is that in our development code or?
I think what was referred to there was I think when that was stated, they talked about, working with the land and going around trees. We do have conservation communities, and we did discuss with Toll Brothers the possibility. There is a particular zoning within our zoning code that you could do a conservation subdivision. Where you're kind of setting aside more natural areas and you're allowing for much smaller lots. So instead of maybe 15,000 square foot lots, you might have 10,000 square foot lots or less, and then you have greater amount of open space or natural areas that you would preserve within that subdivision. That zoning is the CUP zoning. It does require a minimum 100 acres. They would have needed to ask for a variance to that. This is only about 23 acres.
Wasn't familiar with that. Thank you.
Michael, Mr. Roller presented some changes for the applicant version. Do you mind just giving staff comments on whether that's acceptable or not? Notable number 8, including a 5-foot decorative aluminum fence to be erected and a 10-foot planter buffer. Then the homeowners association shall be required to maintain the stormwater detention facilities on the scheduled basis. And then the striking on number 13 of certain words. I believe it's just 8 and 13, but.
Yeah, we have no problem with the change that the applicant's requesting to condition number 8. We weren't necessarily in line with the applicant with regard to their change to condition number 13, but I will tell you, Bice is in an unimproved road. And then I did have a conversation with Miss Judy Webb late this afternoon, and she indicated to me that she would not want the sidewalk to be improved by Toll Brothers along Bice Road. So with that in mind, I wouldn't have an issue with the applicant's requested change to 13.
Exactly as noted in number, because first of all, number 13 is just, the whole piece is taken of number 13, striking it out, or do you mind just the revisions?
So we would still, on 13, we would still want the approximately 5 foot of right-of-way to be dedicated along Bice Road frontage, which the applicant has indicated that they would still be willing to do that. They're just asking for striking of 6-foot sidewalk improvement and 6-foot planter planted with trees.
Okay.
And we would be okay with that change.
Thank you, Mr. Woodman. Open it up to the commissioners. Any changes on conditions you'd like to discuss with Mr. Woodman?
Michael, one other on the conditions while he's up there. And just to be clear, in our packet that we read, the latest plan that we had in there was from 4/5, April 5th. I just want to make sure that, because there was some confusion with one of our speakers, that's the current one that we did all the drawing review from, right?
The 4/5 plan is the latest plan
Okay,
that's been
great.
submitted to the city.
Make sure.
Any discussion or a motion or any changes?
One last thing on the notes here. But you had suggested, or it had been suggested maybe to add as a number 27 that a fence, as an agreement by the developer, a fence will be constructed adjacent to the Webb property line?
The Webbs requested that be prior to construction, prior to the beginning of
prior to construction.
Now, again, I think the applicant indicated that was something that they would work out with the Webbs, but that was what was requested.
I'm not that fast of a writer, to be honest with you. I don't know if anyone captured exactly what Mr. Woodman said earlier on number 27.
I can read it again if you would like.
Would you like him to read again? again?
Yes.
Number 27 that was proposed, I think it was as agreed by the developer.
I don't have my hearing aids today right now.
So I had a condition number 27 as agreed to by the developer. A fence shall be erected adjacent to the Webb property prior to construction.
So my concern is on just, I still don't feel like we've resolved or mitigated any issue on the existing flow of water that they're having on these lots. And I think that they're supposed to take it in good faith that it's just not going to be there when this new development comes. It's bothersome to me about that because we're not really trying to mitigate it, or we're going to wait to see about the grading and the hydrology report on the detention facilities, and we don't really know what that's going to look like. And I don't know. I just don't feel like a lot of this has been resolved yet, but that's my feeling at the moment.
I can make a comment as someone who's gone through a couple developments, commercial and residential in Alpharetta. The process of hydrology and the process of the engineering for water controls is significant. It is to the highest quality standards, I would say, in the state of Georgia. That is, engineering standards that everybody has to go through. I think in this forum, what we're kind of talking about, how could you add maybe something in here? I think the berm was kind of more like those kind of things, or something you could recommend, or you could apply, or you could talk with staff about. The hydrology is pretty statutory. I mean, those requirements are placed into it. Could offer Jill to make more comments on that, but it is a significant process, and it will go on for months of what that would look like to build the capacity to hold back the water to be able to fill in. Based upon the impervious surface calculations that are out there as rainfall goes through that, the rate flow in through the pipes, in which the pipes can kind of hold in the capacity, then kind of dump out into a detention pond to hold that for a volume of water before that flows out from that point. And I think most of that, and I'm not the engineer here, I'm winging it here, but and please correct me if I'm wrong, but at those points then, the idea is if you have a flash flood, that a certain amount of water would fall, and it would capture that without that going where it is today. And in a way, I would say it's an improvement for what is currently there, because there is no deterrent for that water to drop out of the sky in a flash flood and go exactly onto someone else's property without any capture of it, without any remediation to slow down that rate of water. So I think in the hydrology, and what you will see come out of this is probably an improvement for that rate of water flow going forward. And obviously there's times that, no matter what engineering, is not going to hold back 5 or 6 inches of rain in a short period of time. If I'm Jill, I don't know if I want to add into that, but I do want to go back to the commissioner's kind of question about that. If you want to add something, I mean, this is your time to apply something in the conditions related to probably a berm or something like that.
Well, Jill, would that help? That is my question. Like, I think we had this.
You can add a condition that they have to put in a berm to redirect water or treat water in some manner before it leaves the site from those backyards. That is not necessarily a requirement in the stormwater ordinance, because when we're looking at the hydrology, we're looking at the total site area, any areas that bypass, they calculate it all together. So it's not spelled out like that in our ordinances, but it can be added by commission or by city council. The concern is whether it can actually be done and what they can do to get that water then back into their detention pond or any other treatment system. So that'll be a challenge for their engineers to figure out, but it could be added if you so choose.
Okay. And then what is our You know, I'm thinking about myself as a resident whose property is going to abut up to one of these ponds. And it's scary not knowing what that's going to look like. And, you know, I'm trying to understand this for all our Alpharetta residents, because there's, you know, we don't really have any kind of picture. We don't know what the amenity is going to look like. We're not conditioned, you know, it's just.
Well, it does go back after the hydrology study. They do the design work, redesign work, which will be needed with the Corps of Engineers. It's an extremely lengthy process. There will be a staff review, and they're very involved in that process.
I know, but then is the community then?
Michael, do you want to address that process, how that occurs? I know the Corps of Engineer portion takes a lot of time, usually. So after the process, the hydrology study, the developer looks at it, comes back to you with what-if plans.
Yeah, so.
And they're valid concerns. We talked about stone, we talked about some some materials like that to make it more visually pleasing, but.
Yeah, so the applicant will have quite a bit of work if they were to get approved to prepare to submit their land disturbance permit to the city, which will also include the requirement of the hydrology study. And of course, the city reviews their land disturbance permit against our codes. We follow the EPD's stormwater manual, and Jill would be reviewing that as part of the land disturbance permit review, and it's subject to meeting all of those requirements, local requirements as well as state requirements.
So the visual appeal that we're concerned about, would that go to just staff, not DRB, right?
So the visual appeal, are you talking about where we talked about facing like head walls and things like that with stone? Yeah, so that's staff.
We're calling it amenity, let's be honest.
So staff would review that as part of the land disturbance permit as well.
I think what the question kind of was could you have screening around the detention pond?
Yes, so we would also, so staff is going to review the land disturbance permit against any conditions that are placed as well as the code. So there's conditions here that require planted buffers, that those detention ponds may not encroach on those planted buffers. Our code requires screening around detention ponds as well. So those are going to be imposed by staff, again, as part of the land disturbance permit review. There's a landscape plan that is required as part of that land disturbance plan.
And that could be communicated to the homeowners association when that's available?
Sure. If there's a request from adjacent neighborhood to be kept up to date with the land disturbance permit review, we can certainly do that. It is not, it's not a regular thing that there is that communication, but we're certainly happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I would say it's a very transparent process. If you want to be involved in it, staff's very open to any of those requests. Any further discussion or a motion?
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll make a motion. But I do want to say, I think that, building single-family homes is a good idea. I would like to think between now and, if approved, that the water and the stream remediation would be, developed, would be resolved satisfactorily for both Park Brook and Toll Brothers, because it sounds like a great project. So with that, I am going to make a motion to approve Z-22-03/V/22/02 Toll Brothers/Kimball Bridge Road, subject to the following conditions as noted by staff, including adding on number 8, a 5-foot decorative aluminum fence shall be erected in the 10-foot planted buffer, including the homeowners association shall be required to maintain the stormwater detention facilities on a scheduled basis. Noting number 13, that would be developer shall dedicate approximately 5 foot of right-of-way on Bice Road frontage, and adding a final note that as agreed to by the developer, a fence shall be erected adjacent to the Webb property prior to the construction on the property.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much for everyone that came out for the Toll Brothers application. At this time, I know it's already been a few hours and it's been a long evening. I'd ask the commissioners, do you want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be right back.
know. So that chair I used to sit in is under a vent. I'm not under a vent anymore. I'm so happy I'm actually a normal temperature. I didn't set it all. Remember it was always cold? I got on a dress. So that seat, I was always cold. I'm very hot right here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this chair, I feel like I'm about to land on the ground. Mine's not too high, but if I go down.
Oh my God. We're like halfway through.
Yeah, hey, how are you, Doug?
I'll tell you, this
Of course. Thank you.
All right, everybody, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and start grabbing your seats. We are halfway through the evening's application, so we've still got a while to go. Okay, go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. Mr. Woodman, we'd like you to go ahead and with the presentation of Z-22-02, V-22-08-116 plus 126 North Main Street.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. The next item before you is a rezoning request as well as variance to rezone 1.43 acres from C1 neighborhood commercial to downtown mixed use to allow for the construction of two 4-story mixed-use buildings, which would include 32,000 square feet of office, 4,000 square feet of retail, 8,000 square feet of restaurant, and 4 for-sale condominium units. And those buildings would be over structured parking, 2-level structured parking deck. The location map is on the overhead. The property is located here, right across from where Cummings Street is at North Main Street. At 116 North Main is, many people know as the Violin Shop. It is on the city's contributing historic buildings list, and it is proposed to be saved on the applicant's plan. There are variances with this request, a variance to eliminate stream buffers. There's a stream on the rear portion of the property, and reduce setback for a dumpster enclosure. These properties located at 116 and 126 North Main Street and 0 Christine Drive, west side of North Main Street, across from Cummings Street. This is the applicant's latest site plan. The site plan shows an entrance off of North Main Street, right across from Cummings Street. This location is shown in the downtown master plan, which was developed in 2015, with the Cummings Street extending through Lily Garden Place over to Canton Street. That is what the downtown master plan calls for, is creating those connectivity throughout the downtown. This plan does not show an actual connection. It does reserve right-of-way for a future connection, but it does not show connection over to Lily Garden or Violet Garden. The applicant's initial application showed the driveway, as you see here, with access to the top level of the parking deck, which has the fewer amount of parking spaces, and then the bottom level of their parking deck, which basically is this area right here. It's a much larger area, so there's more parking spaces. On that initial site plan, showed access from Lily Garden and Violet Garden. The applicant, due to comments against that access through West of Main neighborhood, was able to redesign the site plan and provided an access to the underground portion of their parking deck from the driveway off North Main Street. So no taking away the need to access the property from Lily Garden or Violet Garden. The only thing that would need to be accessed, as they're showing here, is their dumpster is located off of Violet Garden, and that would require access from Lily Garden and Violet Garden. And just to clarify, the staff is supportive of this applicant's change to have that the parking all accessed from North Main Street. As I mentioned, there's stream buffer on the property. So this is the approximate location of the stream on the property. The first 25 feet on either side of the stream is the state's buffer. The pink is the city's 50-foot buffer, and the orange is the city's 75-foot impervious setback. The applicant proposes to pipe the stream on the property in order to develop the property. The applicant provided elevations for the property. Again, this is the 116 North Main Street. Most people refer to as the Violin Shop. That would be saved. The applicant, I don't think it's stated in the application, but in meetings had indicated that this would be saved and reused for a restaurant. No parking is required for historic structures that are saved. Parking, the site does meet parking for the uses that they're proposing within the 2-level parking deck. They show here two 4-story buildings. I believe the site plan maybe calls them out as 3.5 stories. The city does not do half stories, so we measure to the top of the building, building with occupiable space. So they are showing 4-story buildings. DTMU allows 4 stories and up to 4 stories and 60 feet. Staff did look at the surrounding area, including the development to the south, which is 100 North Main Street. That is a 3-story office building that was approved just a couple years ago, and is just now started some construction. I believe they've had some delays. This building was limited by condition to no more than 3 stories and 46 feet. The West of Main townhomes are also 3 stories. So as you'll see in the conditions, we are recommending that this site have buildings that no more than 3 stories and 46 feet. The applicant's site plan did not show any tree saves on the property. They did provide an arborist, a tree survey, an arborist assessment. The arborist city arborist did go and do a site visit on the site, did find a couple of boundary trees, pretty significant size specimen trees, what he believes could be specimen trees. There's a condition addressing that, and I'll address that when I get to the condition. There is an additional condition for a 14-inch oak tree that is adjacent to an existing barn on the backside, approximately in this location. We do have a condition to save that tree. However, that condition was written at a time before we saw this connection in this location, so we would be fine with removing that. We know how important it is to West of Main to bring this traffic off of Main Street instead of within their neighborhood. Going back to the building elevations that were shown, they proposed mercantile mill architecture. City's downtown consultant did review the elevations. Generally, believe that it is somewhat consistent with the mercantile style. There were some comments that would need to be addressed if approved. This is showing the development from bird's eye view from North Main Street, looking at the development. This would be 100 North Main to its south. This is looking at North Main Street at the pedestrian view towards the development. And then this is an elevation of one of the buildings that was provided. The dimensions that are provided here total 58 feet. Again, DTMU, 4 stories and 60 feet. What is important to note here, I think, is that the 58 feet is shown. However, because these buildings do sit on a parking deck, there's a TBD here, so I don't know what that means and how much higher it would be than the 58 feet, but again, the max height would be 60 feet and 4 stories. Again, we're recommending 3 stories and 46 feet. Based on the proposed uses at this site, 87 a.m. peak hour trips are estimated and 169 p.m. peak hour trips. Anything over 100 peak hour trips does require a traffic study, of which the applicant did provide. Our traffic engineer did review that and did have several comments with regard to that. The current opening to the site for their new driveway from North Main Street, it lines up with that light at Cumming Street, and there would be need to be some GDOT. There would need to be a approval from GDOT in order to change the configuration of this opening.
Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation. Sure. I'm confused a little bit with what we're looking at versus what's there. We're saying 3 stories, but we're looking at, to be determined 60 feet. Did you meet with the applicant, or did the applicant meet with staff, and did you guys collaborate on what your requirements are? Because with the requirements of staff for approval and what's being presented is pretty different.
So yes, we do, any public hearing request that comes in to us, we do try to review and provide staff comments typically within 10 business days. We did provide some feedback. I don't recall that these particular elevations were available at the time that we did our initial staff review. I'm pretty sure that they were provided after the CZIM that was conducted on this property, which is a little over a month past the initial submittal of this. But we did provide feedback. There was feedback, staff comments regarding the stream on the property and things like that. Of course, we review these proposals against the review criteria, this one with a rezoning and variance. We do believe that the rezoning is consistent with the future land use designation, so this area does have a mixed use future land use designation, so the zoning district that is being requested is appropriate, and that's what was granted for the property to the south, 100 North Main Street. However, we were concerned about the proposal's impact on that stream, piping that stream on the property, not showing any tree saves on the property. Again, with the height of the building, we did look at the surrounding area. Zoning districts in the downtown allow up to a particular height. They don't grant by right. If height was granted by right, it would have, all of downtown would have been rezoned to the specific zoning districts. So you do have to go through this process, and we do look at surrounding development and how they are developed to make a recommendation on height. Again, we're recommending no more than 3 stories and 46 feet. We do agree with the applicant on with regard to some of their variances. While we are concerned with the impact to the stream, we do acknowledge that there are some hardships on this property. We don't think that there are hardships relating to the size, shape, or topography of the property. However, the property does have public right-of-way on 2 sides, and the third side is a potential Cumming Street extension, which would add another public right-of-way on the third side. There are not current plans. Staff is not enforcing the Cumming Street extension by any of the conditions in this, but there is hardship due to the adjacent roadways, especially as it relates to placement of that dumpster. They're also saving a historic property on the site, as I mentioned, so that is also a hardship on the property. We acknowledge that. With regard to the stream, that's probably one of our biggest concerns. We are recommending approval of that stream variance. However, there was mitigation proposed by the applicant, which is in a condition. Because this is not just encroachment on stream buffers, but a complete piping of the stream. And due to this stream heading north to the Hudson Park development and then heading east over to Manning Ridge, we did have some concerns about the loss of that land where we would no longer have that ability to allow water into the ground. We are recommending an additional green space set aside of the equivalent of the state's 25-foot stream buffer on this property by condition. The applicant provided a citizen participation report. They indicated they had met with neighbors in the adjacent neighborhood west of Main. There were questions and concerns over the increased traffic. Of course, I believe at their initial meetings, there was a lot of traffic that was being generated through their neighborhood. The applicant has made a change to the plan to offset that. They had concerns over access to the site from Violet Garden Walk, Lily Garden Place. Discussion about setbacks and landscaping on North Main Street and Violet Garden Walk. Building architecture and height, uses in the rear building. Let me just go back to that real quick. So this is the building nearest North Main Street. So this building would have a mix, according to the applicant, of retail, restaurant, office, and I can't remember if they said that there's residential in this building as well. The applicant has limited this building to office and residential only in order to not bring the restaurant and the potential noise and things closer to the west of Main development. Similar to some of the concerns that the applicant heard from the neighborhood, staff has also received a number of emails from residents in west of Maine, and with similar concerns that I've already mentioned. I do have, and I will point out in the conditions, we included the public comments in your packets, and anything that was received after your packets were created, we've done our best to forward those all on to the board, and we'll include those in the council's public comment packet. And I will acknowledge I received an email this morning from a resident of west of Maine who has indicated a couple of the conditions that they would like to see stricken, and then a new condition that they would like to see added. And when I get to those conditions, I'll just note those. The community zoning information meeting was held on March 9th. And again, we heard similar comments from the public, and I believe a lot of those comments came from the west of Maine neighborhood. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, subject to 25 conditions, and I'll try to quickly go through those. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition that ties it to this site plan, the site plan with only driveway access and access to both levels of the parking deck from North Main Street only. That's dated from AEC, dated 3/18/2022. 2, maximum building height no greater than 3 stories, 46 feet. 3, building B, which is the building closest to west of Main or at the rear of the property, shall be limited to office and residential uses. Rooftop shall be limited to residential amenity space. Condition 4, in a lot of these, I will note that west of Main requested, and staff included them in the conditions, similar conditions that they asked to be added to the 100 North Main. So there are similar conditions here, and 4 being one of those, a 15-foot building setback shall be provided on North Main Street and shall include a minimum 5-foot landscape strip located outside of any easements. A 20-foot building setback is measured from the existing right-of-way shall be provided on Violet Garden Walk and shall include a minimum 15-foot landscape strip. Condition number 5 ties it to the architecture that I've shown you, subject to complying with the downtown consultant and comments, as well as DRB, Design Review Board. Approval, openings in the parking deck wall shall include decorative screens similar to Teasley Place. Condition 6 allows for use of 116 North Main Street as an office or restaurant use. Condition 7 requires the preservation and restoration of 116 North Main Street, restoration to be completed by the first TCO/CO and subject to a certificate of completeness, certificate of appropriateness from the city's Historic Preservation Commission. Condition 8, lot coverage shall not exceed 80%. That calculation shall not include the future Cumming Street right-of-way set-aside. Condition 9, parking deck shall be screened with a mix of landscape materials of varying height. DRB approval on that. Condition 10, decorative lighting and trees placed on the upper deck. Condition 11, although the road is not being built at this time, developer shall set aside land to accommodate future right-of-way for the Cumming Street extension as established in a development agreement as depicted in the site plan prepared by AEC dated 3/18/2022. Area to be maintained as green space until such time that is improved for the road extension. Of course, I do understand that west of Main does not care for or does not want the Cumming Street extension. However, the plan that is in front of staff right now is the downtown master plan, and that does call for that extension, so we do need to ask for that right away to be set aside. Until that extension is removed from the downtown master plan, it is my job to enforce the plans that are before me. Condition 12, final streetscape shall include decorative pedestrian lighting. 13 deals with the street trees along North Main Street, Violet Garden Walk, and we do acknowledge that GDOT likely will not allow for street trees in the planner, like they do not along many of their roads. Condition 4 discusses the amenity space on the building rooftops. Condition 15 talks about foundation plantings around the foundation of the buildings, ornamental trees, shrubs, vines, and grasses. Condition 16, developer shall conduct a resistograph full assessment of trees 787, which is a 46-inch water oak, and 788, a 37-inch water oak. If trees are in good condition, they shall be saved as approved by staff. So when applicants present a plan that does not show any tree saves, we then have the city arborist look at the property and to determine if there are any good tree saves. These two trees were shown by the applicant's arborist to not be in good condition. However, the city arborist did go out to the site and saw these trees and felt that the resistograph assessment needed to be conducted in order to determine if they were good saves or not. So if they were not in good health based on that assessment, they would not need to be saved. Again, those trees are approximately here. They're on the north boundary of the site, and they would impact the current site plan as the applicant has indicated. Condition 17 is a condition that one of the West of Main residents asked to be deleted, and staff is fine with deleting it. That is, developer shall save 14-inch oak located west of the existing shed if Cumming Street extension is not constructed. Again, we had that condition only in there as it related to the previous site plan that did not show this connection into the bottom level of the parking deck. Understanding West of Main's concerns, we're okay with striking 17. Condition 18 requires a decorative paver apron at the project driveway. Condition 19 allows for the 10-foot sidewalk requirement along Violet Garden Walk to be reduced to 5 feet, and the remaining 5 feet be added landscape area. Condition 20, developer shall construct a minimum 5-foot sidewalk along Cumming Street extension, connecting sidewalks on North Main Street and Violet Garden Walk as approved by staff. 21 requires the developer to screen car headlights with sufficient parking deck wall heights and landscaping. 22, developer shall improve project driveway access to North Main Street based on the recommendations of the traffic study with final approval by staff. Access modification shall require a GDOT driveway permit, ICE study, and signal modification for both existing and future GDOT improved condition. Condition 23 is requested by the West of Main resident to be deleted. That condition reads, site improvement shall not preclude a possible future vehicular connection between Violet Garden Walk and North Main Street. I understand the desire of that. Again, I have a plan, the downtown master plan in front of me that does show that Cumming Street connection. So we would, while the resident is asking for that to be stricken, we would ask for that to remain, 23 to remain in there. Condition 24, green space shall be set aside, not including reserved right-of-way, equivalent to the area of the state 25-foot stream buffer for the purpose of offsetting impacts for piping the stream. Green space may be combined with tree save area. And I've also noted to the applicant the yard around the existing historic property could also be used to meet that green space. Condition number 25, which has A, B, C, and D options. So this is the additional mitigation. This is mitigation that was initially proposed by the applicant and discussed with staff. Again, we added the additional condition number 24 that I just read, but 25 is basically discusses providing 50% additional runoff reduction or water quality volume, or providing buffer enhancement on agreed upon area. Of course, there's no city land on this particular stream downstream from this that we could actually do the buffer enhancement, but we left it in as an option. C and D talk about necessary state and federal approvals, and then or alternative mitigation as approved by staff. And then the same resident from West of Main have made a suggestion, and I do believe it's a good suggestion for an additional condition, and it would be a condition number 26. In that condition, and I'll read it a couple times in case you want to capture it, deliveries to the property shall be made from the driveway on North Main Street. There shall be no loading on Violet Garden Walk. And the loading just, it acknowledges so the trucks can't pull up on the backside here to make deliveries. That would be that's what's referenced there in the loading. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. If you don't mind, I'm so confused about this road because I know this road was planned, right, as part of the city. It's in the comprehensive plan or the city plan. Property was Cumming Street, so you go straight through. And I understand on the other side, you have new growth, new residential kind of homes. So I guess it's the old thing of if you have a road put in first and then you build next to it, there's no conflict, right? You build the homes first, and nobody wants to have a road going into their home, right? I mean, it's just it's natural, right? So I'm talking about Lily Garden Place connecting to Cumming Street. When I look at the plan here, if I'm on Cumming Street and I drive in, it looks like it's almost just a cut right in. How do you deter traffic from not wanting to go further in? Because everything I'm looking here visually, it looks like it connects.
Yeah, and we really didn't get into the details of that discussion with 100 North Main. There was a lot more discussion about how you could deter traffic coming through here. You know, we talked about things like putting like a speed table at this intersection with the extension at Violet Garden Road to kind of slow down traffic from using that as a cut through. The topic really wasn't discussed in those detail about deterring it because the applicant wasn't showing the road punching all the way through. And again, nothing in our conditions are forcing that connection. We do have that downtown master plan. In order for the amount of density that was called for within or allowed within that downtown master plan, in order to disperse traffic, you have to have as many vehicular connections as possible. And so that was the idea of having these connections. There's other connections in the downtown that are also on the downtown master plan, Margene Way, that connects Marietta Street up to Milton Avenue. We had the connection, of course, extension of Haynes Bridge, Cricket Lane up to Cumming Street. But providing those connections are good to disperse traffic. Totally understand the concerns of the residents of West of Main, but that's where that connection comes from. And it's from that plan that we are set to enforce.
So it's hard to kind of tell. I guess you have some digital kind of renderings that shows a road going all the way through. Then the site plan we're looking at just goes to the circle and doesn't go beyond it because it's really hard to see on here. I mean, I know it's even worse on that with the color we have tonight, but it's hard.
Yeah,
I can't tell. I read site plans all the time.
So this plan is showing a driveway coming in off of North Main Street. They've got a circle here. At the initial plan, it just circled around here, and then you could exit back out the way that you came in. On this plan, they kept the circle here. There's access to the top level of their parking deck, but they added this in at a revised site plan late in the process where I guess the applicant must have studied this, and they added this. It ends at this location right here, so it does not punch through all the way.
Oh, so there is a preventer there.
So it ends right here, and it provides access to the lower portion of the parking deck. They did this in response to concerns at West of Main that their initial site plan showed access to the lower portion of this parking deck only from Lily Garden and Violet Garden, and that the lower portion is where all the parking is, the majority of their parking. It was a very similar situation to what happened at North Main Street. However, 100 North Main Street. On 100 North Main Street, though, they were not able to accomplish one access to the parking deck. They had access to their smaller level of parking on the top, and then access to the larger portion of their parking through the adjacent neighborhood.
So how many feet is that? You're 25 feet short of this could be a road?
The applicant probably knows better than me. Yeah. I would guess that it's probably 30, maybe 35 feet or so applicant probably know a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
I do have a question. A little confused about the amenity space because there was some discussion in the presentation about trees being up there and evergreens, and then I look and see a complete structure, so.
So there's a condition for trees on top of the parking deck. So that is something, so we require tree islands in parking lots. And the purpose of those tree islands is really to keep down the radiant heat that is coming off the surface of the parking lot. And so we have more recently added conditions where we're seeing a lot more parking decks. And so we have more recently added conditions requiring tree plantings up on top of parking decks. So we are recommending that. Was that what you were referring to? Okay, I'm
Top
sorry.
of the building.
Okay.
The amenity space that they're for the residential and their guests. I know it's not going to be a restaurant, but I'm just a little confused. I mean, it looks like a full story. So I know.
Yeah. So here's the building closest to North Main Street. It looks like they've got tables and chairs out here. So this could be potentially used like a similar situation to like up on the roof at Liberty Hall. So maybe they'll have a restaurant up here, enclosed occupiable space up here, which constitutes the fourth story of the building, but they use the rest of the rooftop for outdoor seating. The building in the back, this would be residential amenities only. So think about, actually at West of Main, they have, I think on the third floor, they have balconies that are covered, and they might have, a TV with an outdoor fireplace in there. So those are the kinds of outdoor amenities. You might have like a trellis structure with your patio furniture or something out there. This building would be limited to residential amenities only, so no commercial use of that. Even though there would be office within this back building and residential, the rooftop could only be used by the private residences, the condos. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And Michael, wasn't there a condition on 100 Main that you weren't allowed to build a bar or some kind of permanent structure on top of that roof?
Yeah, so there was a specific condition that was added, and I believe that it was at the request of West of Main,
Right.
and I believe added by council. I did not specifically call that out in the conditions because the way that we measure height would not allow for the occupiable space. So on 100 North Main, I believe the way that the condition read is that there could be amenities on the rooftop of that building. They were limited to the users, I believe, of this building, but that anything up on that rooftop couldn't be occupiable space. Well, if it was occupiable space by the way that we measure height, that would constitute an additional story on the building. So basically what I'm saying is it didn't necessarily need to be in the condition, but it was added at the request of West of Main just for clarification.
I'm not so sure it's not a good idea to add it to this one, too.
We can certainly do that, yeah.
So the restaurant is considered occupiable space on the front building?
This, if this is shown as to be occupied as indoor space within this area, it represents the fourth story of this building, yes.
The other one is not considered occupied because it's just amenity usage.
On this building in the back, they are also showing occupiable space. I believe that this is a condo unit. If you can see, a portion of the rooftop has an additional story, but then there's rooftop here on either side of this. I don't know if this is just one penthouse unit up here within rooftop space. The applicant could probably answer that better.
Confusing.
Sorry about that.
No.
So you have the additional, so go to the parking garage, because, I mean, if we take 46 feet from the dirt all the way to the top level, right, constituting 3 stories, then you have the parking deck, right, which is coming higher than ground level. Is that weird? Go to the to be determined.
Yeah, that's what's shown on this elevation is you can see that the first floor of the building is actually measured a height up from the level of the road or sidewalk. And that's because the building sits on the parking deck. The parking deck is partially, the two-level parking deck is partially coming out of the ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so
But
I'm going
the-
to scale. I'm just giving the idea of scale, right? So, I mean, if you elevate the building up, even if it's 3 stories, you elevate it off the ground with a parking deck underneath, it's going to feel like 4 stories. Is that right?
Sure, and we measure height from the average grade across the front of this building. So that's why we were a little bit concerned with this elevation, because you've got a TBD height that we don't know what that is, and that would contribute to the overall height of this building. And it was already shown at, without the TBD, 58 feet, which was 2 feet away from our max.
Right, just work through it. I've been working through this for a second. So you say the front of the building, but the rear of the building here is really what most of the residential side is, right? So we're not talking about the Main Street. Is Main Street the front, or is the residential side the front?
So we measure it from the street facing side. So so on this building, this is the building, I believe, along North Main Street. The building in the back, Building B, is technically, it's measured on one side from the Violet Garden Walk. So we would measure the height of the building, the average grade across that building from Violet Garden Walk. Cumming Street is not extended on this site plan, so we wouldn't measure it on that Cumming Street side. But the front of the building, I believe, would also be measured where the circle comes in. Let me show you that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go to the rear part. Maybe I'm looking at the rendering here. It looks like the gradient of the topography looks like it slopes down away to the rear of the property.
Yeah, we would measure this building from here as well as along Violet Garden Walk.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Any further questions?
I did have, Mr. Vice Chairman, I have one question about the stream there. It looks like it's just completely gone. Is it all piped in the depiction here?
Yeah, so this is their site plan with the stream and the buffers overlaid on it, and it's the applicant's intent to pipe the stream.
Any further questions?
In regards to number 25, it says developer shall comply with one or a combination. So one is sufficient to handle piping this entire stream, to mitigate stream buffer impacts.
So condition number 25 gives one or a combination as approved by staff. So it could be one of these or a combination of A, B, C, and D. And that would have to be a final approval by staff.
So you're determining that, okay.
Yes.
Michael, just a quick question. Can those stream buffers in this picture be achieved with the current building footprint? Or is that a question for the applicant?
They cannot. So the only purpose that they're showing this on here is just so that you can see where the stream lays in context to the proposed development on the site. So, and again, this has a full impact on every portion of the stream as well as the associated buffers. So that's why they would need to pipe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Woodman, for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to call the applicant forward for their presentation.
That's a new slide. What's that?
Yeah, we took green a whole different level. Please apologize to everyone in the audience. We apologize about the technical difficulties tonight.
Good evening. My name is Steve Rowe. I'm with AEC, 50 Warm Springs Circle, Roswell, Georgia. I'm here representing Market District Crabapple LLC, Brent Beecham, and with me as well as Tracy Ward, the architect on the project. Mr. Woodman's done a really thorough and complete job, so it's going to really make my presentation a lot shorter, which I think everybody will be happy to hear that. So, next slide, Eric. Property, obviously, everyone sees where it is. It's to the south of us is 100 North Main. To the north is the O'Donnell Dental Practice. To the west or to the rear would be west of Main, and then across the street is Cumming Street, Duffy Realty, all the different buildings that are going on. We have 2 road frontages, North Main, Violet Garden Walk, and then possibly a Cumming Street extension. This slide just shows you what's there on the property currently. On the northern piece, you've got the existing home that's used as a residence. The southern building is the violin shop, and then there's a shed to the back that is unfinished space with a parking lot that kind of feeds from Violet Garden all the way up through to Highway 9. Okay, next slide. The original development, go ahead one more, Eric. This was the original development before we had the meetings with the homeowners. So after our meetings with the homeowners and after the CZIM, go to the next, probably 2 slides. We made the change where we made the deck entrance where Michael had shown it down there on the bottom side, and then remove the access to the parking deck through Violet Garden where the majority of our parking is on that lower end. Okay. Next slide. So this is our site plan as it currently stands. This one may be a little easier to read because I've got it colored and colorized, and so you can kind of see what areas are green, what areas are paved and such. We've got 2 28,000 square foot buildings. Right now, they're 4-story on us. Really, we call them 3.5 because the top story on most of them were very pulled in and very minimized. We've got 32,000 square feet of office, 4,000 square feet of retail, 8,000 square feet of restaurant, and 4 residential units. All access on this latest plan is off of Highway 9 or North Main Street at the existing signal that'll have to be modified in conjunction with the 100 North Main project that is to our south. So we would have a shared driveway along that Highway 9 access point. We're going to retain the existing commercial house, which is the violin shop. We'll probably change it to a restaurant or maybe leave it as a retail space. We haven't really determined that yet at this page. And all the stormwater will be handled underground under the bottom level of the parking deck and then discharged to the low point, which is on the northwest side of the project. And here's just a few slides to give you a flavor of the architecture proposed. It's a mercantile style with brick, and it's a very industrial look with steel. Next slide. Just a different view. I think y'all have got these in your packet from this. We've tried to make a few modifications. The only thing we haven't adjusted is the model is the new entrance down on the bottom side. Okay, the proposed conditions. The good news is after hearing what Mr. Woodman said, I can actually adjust it. We are in agreement with the majority of the conditions. We really only have 2 conditions, or maybe even 1.5 conditions that we really want to discuss. The first one being 16 with the trees, and I can show you, and we can kind of table that a little bit because I've got a few slides after this that we can look at. But the one I want to talk about is condition 24. With regards to the set aside of the additional property for the mitigation, in addition to the mitigation required under the stormwater part of the condition. When we handle 25, we're going to be incurring excess costs. We're going to be creating the condition that the buffer is providing or supposed to be providing water quality. The enhancement of the water quality will give the city the assurances they need and will enhance the runoff from this project. When you add 24 and 25, we're actually getting dinged twice for the one issue. The one thing I also want to point out is the current, we'll call it a stream, is really a glorified drainage ditch. It is not in good shape. And the only reason it holds water is because there was a set of culverts that were put in under the driveway that are set just slightly too high, and it traps water there longer than it really wants to be. If those were set at the proper elevation, the water would continue to flow through there, and I don't think you'd have any issue with standing water in this ditch. It's just an extension of the existing piping system that's coming from under 100 North Main that comes all the way up from Church Street. So there's a lot of runoff that comes through there that just gets continued and piped through that during rain events. During any other times of the year, it's dry. It's only a rain event type system. Can you go to the next slide, Eric? Here's the trees that we're talking about, and I kind of wanted to include these. This is from our arborist report, and we also went out and took some additional trees. This is tree 787, or the larger water oak. Our arborists call it poor in health and poor in structure. We also met with the folks at the O'Donnell dental office, and they have the same opinion in that there's continual limb drop on their property from these trees. There was a third tree in this grouping that has died and had been removed. So there's in these pictures you can see there's rot, there's holes, there's fruiting bodies, there's fungus that's growing, things that are just telling you that the tree is not in healthy shape. Next slide. And this one is 788. This is the 37-inch willow oak, which is also in poor condition. It's got butt rot. It's got fruiting bodies, which are just funguses that grow on and pull energy from the tree. Dropping limbs. You can see dead and broken limbs throughout the canopy as you stand under it and look. It's just not a good quality tree. If it were, we would have marked it and we would have had to have dealt with it. But our arborist is someone I've worked with for the last 20 years. He's very thorough, very good at what he does, and he wouldn't have called it a non-specimen if he didn't feel that it was in poor health. Next slide. One thing I just wanted to point out, that if we took the conditions as written and left them unmodified, go next slide. This is what would happen. We create the historic home represents about 13% of the property. Future road extension, right-of-way, along with what's going on Violet Garden, would be about 12%. The buffer set aside that's being asked for is about 18.5%. The 37 and 47-inch oaks is another 11%, and the 14-inch oak, which I believe is now off the table after what Mr. Woodman's presentation, was another 1%. So essentially, we were at 55.5% of the property was taken up through zoning conditions that impact our ability to develop this property in a way that it needs to be developed if it's going to be worked under the DTMU. The stream buffer, again, I invite you to go look at it. If you drive up the driveway, you can see it. It's really not a good quality stream. The mitigation that's proposed in our proposal in condition 25 will more than suffice for that. And then there's one other slide I just wanted to point out. And this is a thing that shows you existing 2-, 3-, and 4-story buildings that are fairly recent within the city. Our is at the top of the page. That's the blue. That's the proposal that we've got for 4-story. 100 North Main just below us is at 3. And you can see the cluster of 4-story buildings is in that central core. What that is, that's a 1,000-foot circle drawn at the intersection of Academy and Highway 9. That would be what we would consider the downtown core, and where a 4-story building would be appropriate for this condition. As you get further out, as you can see, the heights go down, which is absolutely appropriate. But we feel like that the 4 stories in this section would be a good fit and a good combination with the 3-story next door with 100 North Main. It adds a nice creation of vertical plane elements and things that work well with the downtown core. At this point, I can answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question if you don't mind. We're always kind of very, very sensitive by collaboration with staff and kind of working through. So a couple things kind of picked up tonight. One is you said you met with the surrounding neighbors and talked to that, made revisions, which we're absolutely fully supportive of. Right. And glad you did that. What I'm really getting to is staff continually is telling you your 3-story building, but that's not representative in your plan.
Right.
And you're coming forward disregarding their recommendations to you and just saying, here's what we want to go with.
Right, and we felt, given the condition, given what's going on downtown and the different architectures, I think we felt that the 4-story was appropriate for the area and would be a good fit for the area.
Do you think it would be fair of the city or the commission who just told the neighbor right there, they're limited to 3-story and allow you to do 4-story right next door?
I can't answer for what's fair and what's not.
I agree. Thank you.
So just for the public record, I believe, is it fair to say that you also don't agree with condition number 2 as written?
We will work with condition 2 as written, and that's one of the things that where we felt like we were going to work with the city. So if that's something that we have to live by to get this approved, then that's what we would work with. We'd have to redesign the building somewhat, and make things work and readjust some things. But that's,
Because as I see it, just basic numbers, right? In the staff report, the 4-story, when you take into account the building structure, the parking deck that's exposed, the portion that's exposed, and how the city calculates height with the enclosed structure on the one building, we're coming up with 58 feet.
and we don't know if that restaurant space is going to be enclosed structure. That may be open structure and maybe just a small kiosk that's an elevator service to get to the top.
Okay.
Again, we're very early in the process.
No, I got it. But just for where we stand today, for the public record, I feel like we're at 58 today, you're at 58 today, and the city's conditions at 46. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you speak to the B building, the back building, and
Yes.
that amenity at the top? I know that stories are going to get changed, but.
Yeah, and if we need to get more detail, Tracy's here to speak, but our idea was just to have that to be an outdoor amenity space.
So not residential.
Right, we can work with that and bring that residential down into the other floor and just use that as amenity space on that upper piece.
Okay.
So go back to, Eric, can you go back to where he was using the percentage and the impact? There. So is this, forgive me if this is a stupid question, but is this based upon a 4-story building or a 3-story building?
It can be either, because we're really not counting the buildings. This is more of the impacts of the conditions, dealing with stream buffers, dealing with historic structures, dealing with existing trees. So it really is irrelevant to the story building. It's really the impact of the site in a total land area compared to we only have 1.43 acres.
Well, so your footprint of the building isn't smaller? It's going to be the same footprint?
Again, we haven't gotten to that level because, again, it becomes it's a push and pull. So we'll have less square footage, but then I got to figure out parking and figure out, and if my footprint grows, then it impacts where I'm able to park, and I may not be able to make all the numbers work. So again, we don't know what that number is going to be for the square footage.
I had a question too about 16. So with the tree saves, it reads, if trees are in good condition, they shall be saved. But if they're not, your people are saying they're not.
Yeah, again, I hate throwing good money after bad. If I have to go send an arborist out to do a resistograph, it's just another day's work to have him do the report. And if you've gone out and looked at the trees, I think you'll come to the same conclusion we have.
So you're still not in agreement with.
Again, if that's, if we have to do it, then we have to do it. But I'd like to have that one stricken just because the arborist report, in my opinion, is very clear.
I guess I don't feel comfortable with what we have here because it's a lot of, I would possibly change, or I might go with what staff said, or we could negotiate, but it's not really clear to me. Does that make sense?
Well, we're not contesting the 3-story. I was just pointing out for context that a 4-story proposal in this area is not out of character. I'm not saying that I'm going to, disagree with staff's report, because again, we've already agreed to that. We're going to make the change on that.
Let me go a little further than that. I'm going to offer you, would you like more time to work with staff to come up and resolve some of these issues that are very present in this presentation?
Again, I may have to let the actual applicant come up, but I don't think contractually that the time is in what he's got.
Okay, thank you.
In the last suggestion that Michael made on number 26 was delivery shall be made from North Main.
We're fine with that.
Okay.
Absolutely fine with that. And that was our intent to begin with.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. With that, we will open up the public comment. And we will start, I guess, Alex, if you want to go ahead and call up first person. Just as a reminder, if you step up to speak, state your name and address for the record. Please speak into the microphone here at the podium. And the next person is?
First person is Jim Breen, 55 Church Street.
I'm Jim Green. I think it might be more expeditious.
Mr. Green, if you don't mind, you have to step up to the podium. I understand. Thank you.
I am Jim Breen, but I think it'd be more expeditious if my neighbor, Mr. Bracken, spoke first because he's been working on this. It might speed things up.
Sure. Thank you. It absolutely is.
I'm Larry Bracken. I live at 208 Violet Garden Walk. It's in West Main, which is probably not a surprise to anybody here. But I think that the concerns that we'd like to talk about tonight go beyond just West Main. We've been talking to our neighbors in other parts of the city right around the area. So I don't want this to be viewed as a West Main presentation, although I am here to speak on behalf of our HOA. I've lived in my home with my wife Tracy for the last 2.5 years, but I've lived in Alpharetta for 30 years, and I've seen all the amazing things that have happened here. And like my neighbors, and many of them are here right now, and friends, most of us have lived in the Alpharetta area for a long time. We've lived in Johns Creek, we've lived in Roswell, we've lived in Milton, we've lived in Alpharetta, and I think it's fair to say that all of our residents, and I think it's true of all the folks who live up and down Canton, could live anywhere in this area. And we came to downtown Alpharetta because of all the great things we knew that were happening, the city council had done, that this commission had done, and we're planning to do. And there is no illusion by any of us that we're moving into a downtown area with a city. So I want to start with that because it's important that that is our perspective. And we think that this project is a good project. We think it's appropriate for this part of Alpharetta. We think the developers are experienced. We think they're responsible. They have been extremely generous with their time and with information about the project. They've met with us several times and with different groups of our people. They've endured our emails and questions and all the rest of that. And of course, as you guys know, you have a treasurer in Michael and the rest of the staff. They're amazing people, and they've also provided a lot of great information. And for the most part, we agree with the zoning change, and we agree with most of the conditions that the city has proposed, in fact, virtually all of them. So I think that particularly with the immediate change to the plan, so that all of the traffic will come in, or all the parking will come in from Main Street, that addressed our principal concern. I really encourage the members of this commission, as we have with the city council members, to go down to Lily Garden Place, to Violet Garden Walk, where I live, and just see how narrow those streets are. They are true residential streets. There is no room to put turn lanes in. There's no room to widen them. There's just nothing you can do about it. They are what they are, and there's residential housing on both sides, all the way from Canton down to Violet Garden Walk. So there's not a whole lot to do with that. And we were very happy when we heard that the developers were willing to accept our recommendation and to come up with a real plan that was engineered so that there would be this ramp to go to the lower level, because we think that addressed something that would have made our neighborhood unlivable if we were dealing with 1,500 trips a day coming in and out, both from Main Street and from Lily Garden. I do want to address, Mr. Vice Chairman, the issue on the extension. This is the fourth time I've addressed this issue in front of the City Council or the Planning Commission since December 2019. I certainly respect Mr. Woodman's statement that he has to go with the plan as it exists right now. We can't argue with that. But our community has, uniformly and consistently since 2019 opposed the extension, and it's because it simply cannot bear that kind of traffic. And I know that's not what we're here to talk about tonight, but I can't say it enough. My neighbors can't say it enough, and it's not just West Main. It's the folks who live along Canton, it's Canton Commons, it's the folks who are now moving into Park 14. We all have to come in from our garages, from our driveways, onto Lily Garden Place. We have no other option. And if we're looking at 2,000 or more trips a day, which is what will happen if that extension is built, it's going to make where we live really unlivable. It'll cut our neighborhood in half. So, I know the plan that was put in 2015 contemplates it. At the time, our neighborhood didn't exist. 14 Park didn't exist. The high school hadn't been built. Canton Commons hadn't been built, and certainly 100 North Main and the contemplated building at 116, 120 had not been built. So It's a little gratuitous, and I apologize for raising an issue that really is not directly on the table today, but again, we're going to keep saying it. Poor Mr. Woodman, poor Mr. Graves have to listen to us. They've met with us, and they've been very gracious, but we're going to keep beating the drum, and here I am beating the drum one more time for you. But with all of that said, that's why we opposed some of the conditions, number 11, number 23. We know that, again, Mr. Woodman is compelled to follow the plan as it currently exists. But getting back to 116, 120, a few other concerns that we have. Let's talk about the height of the buildings. 100 North Main, 3 stories, 46 feet. So roughly, I think, we'll see when it's built, if it ever gets built, if it'll roughly be the height of the West Main homes. My home is right across from where West Main is. I'm sorry, from 100 North Main is. I understand the point that there are some 4-story buildings in downtown. I can guarantee none of them are right across the street and a very narrow street from townhomes and from, residences. And so, we certainly think that the condition to make this a 3-story building is essential. And I think that, several of the commission members have pointed out that we don't even really know how tall that back building is actually going to be. So we would like to ask that 46-foot limitation be 46 feet from Violet Garden Walk for that second building. We think that's really important. We also agree with the points about the rooftop amenities. We're still not 100% certain what's planned there. For Building 2, residential amenities, we understand that. We're not opposed to that. We have our own terraces and patios, but we'd kind of like to have a better idea of what we're talking about. The front building, we really don't know what that's going to look like on the rooftop. And we understand there'll be restaurants there. We're certainly not opposed to having restaurants in that building, but we would like to know, what is the rooftop going to look like? Is there going to be music? Is there going to be a lot of loud talking at 11 o'clock at night when we're all trying to go to bed? I mean, we just want to have a better sense of it. We're not opposed to even, any kind of outdoor patios. The rooftops are not suggesting that, but we'd like to have a sense that there's going to be some restrictions on the noise and on the music and things like that. And I think this is, these developers know what they're doing, and I think they contemplated restaurants that are high-end where that kind of thing will be under control, but putting the conditions in, I think, would help on that as well. The other conditions, the setback from Violet Garden, landscaping, the lighting of the parking area, I think that the staff has done an exemplary job addressing our concerns. A lot of them were issues that we raised back when 100 North Main was being built. So, we go along with all of that. The only other thing I wanted to just talk about briefly, and I'm probably talking to the wrong part of the city, but I'll just mention it because of the stream issue. The stream issue is not new to 116, 120. This was a problem that has kept 100 North Main from being built. So they started construction at 100 North Main last August, I think it was. It might have been July. And I know this because my wife and I get to look out the kitchen and we've watched all the construction work and all the excavation work. We're now 10 months into it, and they don't even have the pad poured for the ground level of 100 North Main. This construction is going to go on forever. And part of the issue was the stream, but there were other issues as well. I don't know if there's any kind of limitation or requirement or anything the Planning Commission or the City Council can put on the time of construction, but it's just been going on a long time. And we've had a lot of illegal parking. We've had our street blocked repeatedly. Last week, my neighbor Brian Ritchie and his wife Molly had their driveway caved in by a crane that was on their property to try to do some work on the project and so on. And look, we know there's going to be construction. We haven't complained, but we just think that some of these things should be done in a year and a half or 2 years, not 3 years, as 100 North Main is looking like. So I'm raising that issue. I don't know if there's a thing that this commission can do about that, or the City Council for that matter, but I'm raising it because it is becoming a concern with the projects, and these are bigger projects, and they are more complicated, they take longer, but they're taking too long. So want to thank I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'll be glad to answer them. All right. Thank you so much, and thanks for everything you do. It's a great public service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments.
Next is Robert O'Donnell, 134 North Main Street.
Can I put this up on the overhead?
Well, I'm sorry, that's really green, but that's, my name's Robert O'Donnell, I'm the dentist, and I have my office at 134 North Main, and I'm right north of 126 and 116. And I'm way in the back, so it was a little hard to hear staff on that, but my biggest concern is that I share 300 feet of property line with the project, and I'm for the project, but right now the side setback is at 0. And so I think that I think staff may have suggested that not be the case, and maybe 15 feet. And I'm good with that, but I've got 300 feet of hard material that is going to be right next to, if it's right on the property line, I'm not okay with that. So I'm hoping that you guys will consider side setback of at least 15 feet on that. So that's my main thing on that. But then I've got a couple other things, and I know the city is very concerned about the stream. I have to tell you, I've had my property there in the dental office for 22 years. Haven't seen a fish in that stream. If there's water in that stream, that meant that it rained. Anytime that it's dried, there's nothing that runs there. I know there's probably a definition that the Department of Natural Resources calls a stream, but it's not a stream. It's a ditch that catches the water that comes from Church Street all the way down. So I hope that gets to be mitigated and covered and piped, and it should be fine, because there is no wildlife that lives in that ditch. And then another thing, Mr. Rowe mentioned this, that on the north side of the property of 126, there used to be three specimen trees in a row. There are 2 remaining, and he mentioned that one of the trees was removed, but it fell on my building in 2006. So 9 months of rebuild, $250,000. So I want you guys to consider there's a cost to holding on to trees that have lived through their usefulness. If we were in Central Park or even Piedmont Park, they have a succession plan for these trees. They plant another oak tree in between them and take the diseased ones down. Thankfully, it fell through my office at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, so nobody was there, but it could have been really tragic. So the trees that are on 126, they're diseased. We have limbs that fall in our parking lot all the time. I haven't had a car wreck that I've had to pay for yet, but please consider that. It's not a stream. Trees need to come down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Next is Tom Overs, 275 Jasmine Garden Way.
Tom Overs, 275 Jasmine Garden Way. I'm part of Ken Comments. The gentleman from West Main couldn't have said it better. So thank you, and thanks for taking the time to meet with the community and make the adjustments you did. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ray Appen, there's no address on here.
It's been a long night. I'm Ray Appen. I'm at 12630 Charlotte Drive. And this is a really complicated project just to try to process all the information. I'm pretty familiar with it because I've been watching it for a long time. And I just have a couple of comments and one request. The first comment is just an observation for y'all. I've lived here a long time, for what it's worth. Fergal, you had mentioned in the first thing that we saw where they wanted off-site parking. And you had made the comment, maybe they should have thought about that before they designed the building. And it sort of reminded me of a story, and this sort of tells my age. It sort of reminded me of a cartoon character that used to say, well, I'll trade you 3 hamburgers tomorrow if you give me 1 hamburger today. It was Popeye. So my point is that my point is parking and traffic. And the point I want to try to make is that right now downtown Alpharetta is in pretty good shape. We're not like downtown Roswell, where parking is a disaster, and we're still ahead of that. But I think a way to kind of rain on that parade is to make little concessions here, little concessions there. I'll give you 3 hamburgers next week if you give me 1 hamburger today. So my point is, I think, is to preserve what we've got going for us in downtown Alpharetta. I think it's in our best interest to stick with what the zonings are, what the setbacks are, what everything you all, the city has professional planners, Michael and Eric, and they do good work. But now is a critical time. I mean, if we want to do concessions on the other side of 400 and these office parks where we have plenty of space and plenty of parking and everything, I think that's a little bit different. But I think we're kind of approaching a critical mass in downtown Alpharetta where it doesn't serve us well. And Fergal's comment that, gee, how would that work legally? If you give someone off-site parking, and then the building gets sold, that's a hell of a good question. Why would you we shouldn't even consider that, in my opinion, because it's like a big variable that you have no control over, and it's like we're trying to please, we're trying to accommodate things, and Alpharetta has always been very good about working with the business community and the people and listening, but I think there's a point where we got to accommodate less and stick to our guns. So that's parking and traffic, and just for the record, I think 2 cents from the peanut gallery. Violet Garden Walk, which is the east-west road that feeds into Canton Street, if that other road cuts through to it, Cumming Street cuts through to it, it would be an unmitigated disaster, in my opinion. You can't make Violet Garden Walk wider. You can't. So you've got 100 North Main over here. It's 40,000 square feet. You've got this new proposal at 46,000 square feet. We've got the corner of Mayfield and Canton Street that I think is going to be I don't know how many townhomes or something, a lot of cars. And we got to be mindful of parking and traffic. This project at 48,000 square feet, if you use the multiplier that traditionally is used by architects, well, if it's, if you have 1,000 square feet, then it's roughly 3 cars, 300 square feet per car. Well, no, that was back 30 years ago. That was before open space. You have all the techies, and that's a bad multiplier. So, if you use a multiplier that's more realistic today, and what I'm suggesting is maybe in the long run, you relook at that factor, how many parking spaces per square feet? And it's not 300 square, it's probably it's probably 200 square feet for each parking spot. If you do 200 square feet per parking spot, a 42,000 or 46,000 square foot building is like 240 cars at this new proposed building. At 100 North Main, at 40,000 square feet, there's another 200. So you're at 450 cars, in my opinion, if you use this other multiplier instead of 300, one space per 300 square feet. It's probably more realistically 200. And before you know it, we're going to have a downtown there aren't going to be parking spots. The retailers are going to be in deep water. So I guess I would like to urge you all just simply hold your ground, and especially when it's downtown, because we don't have a lot of room for error. And if someone asks for a variance, they need a damn good reason other than convenience. The variance on Lily Garden, which runs north-south, for the sanitation dumpster that they're asking for, I don't think they should get that. Why? Because for a couple of reasons. One is that if there's a curb cut back there, it's going to be used to get into the complex, and part of the whole point of west of Main is to discourage traffic, unnecessary traffic down Violet Garden and Lily Garden. So I would ask you all to consider not having a curb cut anywhere off of Lily Garden. They can access, it's deliveries. Deliveries come from Highway 9, so make the sanitation truck come from Highway 9 as well in the middle of the night. The setback and the berm, or whatever you want to call it, at 100 North Main, I think whatever that was should be the same behind this proposal. And I want to say it was 10 feet, and it was green, and it provided a good screen for West Main, I think. I think it should be the same behind this development. I can't think of a reason why it shouldn't be the same. I think that might be about it. The water, again, we've got two big office buildings. All the water flows northwest. It's all headed towards that office condo complex right behind CVS. It's all going there, and I don't see how that water is going to be managed, even if you have under the foundation retention. If that ditch is piped and it goes into the ditch, we will have some significant water problems, because it all flows to the same point. All the condos on Canton Street, the water's going down there. West of Main, the water's going down there. 100 North Main, and this proposal, it's all going to the northwest corner, where my lot happens to be, but whatever. It's still going to be water problems for the condo association and everyone. You guys have been very patient. I think that's all I've got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Last one is Rory Roberts, 126 North Main Street.
I'm speaking in behalf. It's now a good time, or actually I'm just bitching and moaning about the city. My name's Roy Roberts. I live at 126 North Main Street. I got that property in 1982, buying out my two brothers' share. I was born here. First and foremost, I am infuriated with the city for designating a drainage ditch that they altered the water flow to fill a stream. It never was a stream. There was a stream back there, but Lily Gardens built on that, and the retention pond for Lily Garden is where that stream and wetlands was. But that's been gone since 1930, when they filled all that in so they could move the dentist office out of the middle of Main Street to where it sits now and extend Highway 9 north. I know that because it was my grandfather's house. It was his first house here in town. So the city took his land, moved him, and built a ditch for the water on Church Street. Now, the city altered Church Street. They resurfaced it several times. It effectively lowered the curb. They allowed some people to build up on the hill on Church Street, pave a big parking lot. They allowed the predecessor to Mr. Donahoe to build that complex there, and suddenly they've got a flooding problem from water running off of Church Street, running from Main Street to Church Street and off of Church Street into what is now Mr. Donahoe's property. And he was being flooded. Not Mr. Donahoe, the predecessor. He sued the city, and he won. And that was about the time we got our water ordinance. The city put in 2 drain pipes that they connected up with water that was coming already off of either Main Street or Church Street and dumped it into our drainage ditch. And then whenever they came up with the Rivers Act, her predecessor shows up and says, oh no, this isn't a drainage ditch. Even though it runs straight down property lines, it's an intermittent stream. And so instead of a 10-foot prescriptive easement, which my grandfather gave them, they're now claiming 50 feet. The city is taking from me that which is valuable by lying about what that ditch is. They've taken other property value from me. 116 North Main Street. You have it as a designated historical structure. That devalues it by half. But to be a designated historical structure, last time I read the ordinance, you had to have the written permission from the owners. I have not seen that document. If you can produce it, I'd like to know who signed it. Because I know my youngest brother didn't. He cursed them out when they put it up to him. My oldest brother doesn't remember whether he signed it, and I don't believe I did. But all of those things have suppressed the value of that property somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million over what it is now. And by denying his ability to build that structure, you may kill the deal on that property for the second time. It was killed with the last developer for the same reason. They need the height to be able to justify the cost of the property. They need that stream to be redesignated or at least piped and to waive those offsets, that territory that you're now claiming without compensation. So I would ask you to let them build whatever they damn well please and let me get out of this place. I can't afford to have you take any more of what's mine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And with that, let me ask anybody else that maybe didn't sign up that would like to step forward for either opposition or in favor. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comments and ask the applicant if they have a rebuttal comments that they'd like to make.
Very short. Yes, there's a 0 setback required on the side setbacks, but we actually have a 5-foot landscape strip, and we're setting the building another foot off. So we're about 6 feet off the property line, so that we have room to plant and fully work with the landscaping through that area. The trash dumpster pad, there is no access to the deck. It's really just the logical place to put the very infrequent trash pickups that'll happen on the property. We'll probably have a man door to get to it from the bottom side so you can throw the trash out, but it's going to be just access from the Lily Garden, but no vehicular access into the deck from that location. Yeah, and that was it.
Okay, so say it again, you're doing a 6-foot planted buffer?
There's a 5-foot landscape strip that's required on the side planting, even if there's a 0 setback. So we have the 5-foot landscape strip that's shown, and then our building is about another foot off of that. So we're about a foot off of the thing. So we're probably a total of 6 feet off of that side setback.
Just another clarification on that area where the dumpster is. You said there will be no vehicular access to the deck, but what about to the complex? Can I get to any of the buildings from back there, or?
Your probably best bet is there'll be a set of a sidewalk that goes up where the Cumming Street would be extended if it's ever extended. Whether it is or not, we'll have to do a sidewalk connection through that section.
But where the dumpster is, right?
There'd be no.
There's no way to make it to the restaurant,
that would definitely not be a
Okay.
preferred method to get to the building.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you so much.
One quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be opposed to having the garbage truck come in up through the way the delivery trucks are? Right, and let me just give my concern, and it might not be a concern, but I do know that road is rather small.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was a resident, I'm assuming because you have 2 buildings and a restaurant, that the trash pickup is going to be more than once a week.
Oh, it's going to be more than once a week.
Right, so now that trash truck, they're going to have a residential trash truck that comes and picks up their garbage, and then you're going to have a trash truck going up and down that road several times a week. So maybe it could be every day, I don't know. So I was just wondering if there was a different way to do that, to eliminate the trash truck down that road.
If we didn't have to move the ramp there may have been, because then we could have a place on the upper side to put it. But now that I have to put my ramp, I'm kind of just running out of real estate on that upper side. I don't believe that the trash pickups are going to be that frequent. If it becomes an issue with frequency, we can always make that a trash compactor, which will make the pickups much less frequent.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. With that, we will close the applicant's presentation and open it up to the commission.
I've got a question for Michael. I'm trying to look at 100 North Main and then this project through the same lens or a similar lens. And the first part is did we have when we said with 100 North Main and the condition of 46 feet and 3 stories, did we also have a specific condition that spoke to, no vertical structures could be built, whether it be a bar, whether it be a kitchen, did we have a specific condition for that for 100 North Main?
We did. And we certainly can add it in here. I would recommend, I was thinking about that after Commissioner Reynolds had brought that up. On condition number 14, after the first sentence reads, amenity space shall be developed on building rooftops and limited to use by the occupants, invitees, and guests of the development. Should probably add a sentence after that. It says there shall be no occupiable space on the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the buildings.
Thank you. And once again, I think, as time goes on and memories fade and new people come and go, and hey, 100 North had that condition, but this one does not, so we can just build a kitchen or a bar or whatever we want.
Clarification can't hurt anything.
Is there any kind of time of construction penalty, fine that we impose on a?
So we do, the noise ordinance regulates the days of the week as well as the times that you can have construction activity, but we don't have anything, and I don't recall ever seeing any conditions that talk about like the duration of construction. Totally understand the concerns with West of Main. There's been a lot of issues on that particular site. Most recently, I believe, I don't know if it was this week or last week, we had construction activity that was done in the right-of-way without the proper permits and ended up damaging people's private property in West of Main. But if you're referring to duration of construction, we don't have any kind of limitation or regulation.
So I'd like to make a comment. I know you always kind of hear these sometimes analogies and stuff as you think into it. And there's one I've always kind of heard, and I kind of believe in it very much so, whereas you don't run into a bad deal when you can walk into a good one. And the idea is you take your time. You think through these processes. Sometimes when you try and rush into something, that's where you get the stuffing 10 pounds of spuds into a 5-pound bag, and you're just trying to do as much as possible just to get out of there. And everyone just kind of wants to do the deal. And we understand that and have full sympathy and empathy for going through the process. The more I look at this, the more I understand that there's so many different things as we preserve that downtown corridor, is to do it with a process that takes the time, vet it out, that you have staff that meets with the applicant and they go through different variations. And I remember hearing, the guy did Avalon, I forget his name, and he said he met with staff 75 times going through the process, and it just takes time to go through the process. Here's what kind of my concerns are, is the alignment in some of these buildings, the configuration on the property. I'm more worried about the one in the back, really kind of behind the residential, because I would absolutely, for me, looking at the scale and the massing of that building, being like that and right next to a residential property, it's already existing, it's already there, so obviously the sensitivities to them, and then to have some kind of rooftop activity of they're looking down and kind of having that. And I know you're in the downtown corridor, but we're still a bedroom community, right? We still kind of preserve this. We're not in Buckhead, we're not in Atlanta, we're in Alpharetta. I think just the scale of these buildings is significant. 132 parking spaces for 28,000 square foot plus the existing home that doesn't require any parking spaces in it. The flow of traffic kind of going in and out. I love the idea of creating something on the property. And I'm not saying kind of this something will be really kind of valuable here. I just hate the fact that it just feels like a gut feeling. There's a rush in. There's so many different things that has not been vetted out completely, and the renderings show that clear as day. And having the underground parking kind of elevated from there. What is the massing of the building? What would that be like? We do set precedent. Those are important to us, that we have a neighbor right next door, 3 stories. He has that. We're not to be determined off the pieces. I just feel like there's things that has not been fully vetted out on this deal yet, in many different ways. 2 things I do agree with the applicant, and that's, I think it's overall a good project. You haven't vetted through all the things yet. The 2 trees, I completely understand that. I would scratch those 2 trees. I see those kind of as a danger on the site. There's plenty of times our arborist thinks just because it's a tree, there is a life to everything. Sometimes it's better to let it go and understand it's served its purpose and its life. But that's just a little bit of I just kind of see everything jamming up into this. And there's sensitivity because Cumming Street has a signalization right there. People are going to kind of run right into this property. And I don't know if that's fully been thought about and how the alignment is there. And I mean, it just might be what it is. And I do believe the delivery trucks will come in the back. Whether you say no today or whatever you say, there's still going to be trucks there doing whatever to service those buildings in that area. And then we'll have the problems with the residents kind of later on. And those are the things I'm talking about. I'm not sure it's been totally vetted through. So those just comments from pass it on to the commissioners for further thoughts and consideration.
Well, I would agree with you. I'm not exactly sure what I'm voting on tonight because it just doesn't feel like it's fully vetted either. So I would not be opposed to tabling this at a time till gives the staff and the applicant time to fully vet it out and come back and, represent it. That would be my thought.
I would also agree. I mean, I think conceptually, I think they're halfway there. It's half-baked. And I think that you've taken a lot of great recommendations and made a lot of positive changes. And I think that just a few more thoughts and get it through the home line. I'm really pleased on the setback on the north side. I was glad someone brought that up. And the access from the Violet side, I think that's great that we've eliminated the cars. And there's basically, as far as it's drawn today, not a lot of pedestrian access as well, or easily accessed, I should say. So I think you've got a good start, but I think that we just need to take a look at the overall height, reviewing what's on that roof, if anything, and also, taking a look at that historical property. The fact that there's no parking requirement there, it's a little, I was surprised by that. And you're talking about that density and all of that in there, it's just something to consider, so.
Further questions or a motion?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll make a motion that we table project Z-22-02/V-22-08, 116 and 126 North Main Street.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your right hand. So moved. Application passes.
Or tabled.
I'm sorry, application tables, excuse me. It's getting late. It is late. What am I talking about getting? We were already there. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. Motion is tabled. Next presentation, Mr. Woodman from the city. And Mr. Woodman, you're making a presentation for Alcovia Estates, Haynesbridge Road.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The next request would be to allow for the construction of 10 single-family detached homes, 4 for-sale semi-detached homes. A semi-detached is 2 units side-by-side attached, and then 5 for-sale townhomes on 2.84 acres, of which some of the property is currently in the downtown, and the applicant is asking to bring a portion of the property into the downtown. This property is located, and I have the overhead on the location map on the overhead. Subject property is located at 340, 350, and 360 John Scott Drive. That represents these existing single-family detached homes here. And then there is a property at 0 Haynesbridge Road. This is a C2 commercial property on Haynesbridge, undeveloped property. The downtown overlay line splits this property in half. So this portion is not in the downtown, this portion is. The applicant is, of course, requesting to bring the Haynesbridge portion into the downtown as part of this application. The applicant, with this application, the applicant is requesting a comprehensive land use plan amendment of the commercial piece. The commercial piece actually has a future land use of medium density residential. They're asking to change that to downtown residential density, which would allow for up to 8 units per acre. As I mentioned, they're asking to bring the Haynesbridge property into the downtown overlay, and they're requesting a rezoning of the properties from C2 and R12 to downtown residential DTR. There are variances requested to reduce an undisturbed buffer and modify some streetscape standards within the development. As you may remember from last month, we had a commercial property that was being rezoned down to residential and it abutted adjacent commercial properties. This is a very similar situation. The property to the south here is an office zoned property here. If this goes residential, this property would be responsible for that buffer. So you'll see some similar conditions as that application from last week that was located on Marietta Street. Of course, at this location, the Quick Trip is located to the north. Alpha Park neighborhood is located to the west and south. And then, of course, that undeveloped office property to the south. The Atlee subdivision and a daycare are located to the east. This is the applicant's proposed site plan. The detached units are kind of in this area here. You got your semi-detached units here, and then the 5 townhome units on the southern end of the property. Property comes in off of John Scott Drive, and it represents a new downtown street. They are showing a sidewalk on one side of the street, not both. That's part of the variance to modify the streetscape standards. And then this represents an alley on this property. The Alpha Loop has a connection, so the Atlee has a connection of the Alpha Loop built through that development. That Alpha Loop crosses Haynes Bridge at this location, runs along the north side of this development, and then crosses DeBoer at this location, and then picks up where the Providence Group has built the Alpha Loop at the Maxwell development. So this applicant would be responsible to improve this area for the Alpha Loop here in exchange for impact fee credits, as well as there's an alignment of the Alpha Loop that heads south, connects into the mixed-use development that was approved at the corner of Haynesbridge Road and Morrison Parkway. The mix, or Morrison Park, is what that's called. So the applicant would build this section of the Alpha Loop adjacent to their property in exchange for impact fee credits. The application, the site plan indicates that there will be 2 side-by-side parking spaces within the garage, as well as code-compliant driveways. There's 9 on-street guest spaces as well, along here and here. They have underground detention here. This is a fire turnaround at this location here. The site plan shows 17% amenity space, minimum 10% is required. They've got pocket park tree save areas at this location. There's an additional tree save area here, and staff is recommending an additional tree save area at the corner of John Scott and DeBoer Road. This is just a landscape plan of the development showing street trees within the development, as well as landscape strips along DeBoer, John Scott, and Haynes Bridge. Also shows the landscaping along Haynes Bridge in conjunction with the Alpha Loop. The existing sidewalk along Haynes Bridge would be removed. The street trees, which would then allow for the line of street trees here. There is overhead power in this location, so the Alpha Loop would kind of wrap around the existing poles in this area, but there you would get the canopy of trees eventually over that section of the Alpha Loop. These are the applicant's renderings, which were done by Lou Oliver. The renderings that they provided were just for the detached units. They show 2 and 3 story, a combination of 2 and 3 story units. The applicant has indicated that the style that is depicted here would be continued for the semi-detached and townhome buildings. We did send these to the downtown consultant, who did not. The downtown consultant liked the elevations, thought that they met the downtown architectural requirements, and had no comments. Again, reviewing these against the review criteria for the comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning and variance, the zoning proposal is suitable as it relates to the use and development of the adjacent and nearby properties, their residential properties. It's consistent with the vision of the downtown master plan that looks for to promote a walkable area. Of course, commercial development, go back to the location map. Again, this property is C2 commercial currently out along Haynes Bridge. Commercial development is not desirable at this location. Of course, with the current state of retail and the abundance of available commercial space, taking the commercial piece off is something that would be supported. We do have some concern, and we think that that can be addressed within the conditions. We just want to make sure that we protect the existing homes within the Alpha Park neighborhood. We do have some conditions that would address that. As I mentioned, with regard to the 50-foot undisturbed buffer requirement, so it would just be at this location here. So they are not asking to completely eliminate the 50-foot buffer. They're providing a 20-foot buffer that's partially a tree save area and then planted buffer in this location. And we have conditions that would absolve the property to the south of having to provide any buffer requirements when they develop. The applicant indicated that they sponsored public participation meetings for the for adjacent properties, and those were held on February 7th and February 28th. The report states that they received some feedback, support for the proposed development, questions regarding the size of home, and some concerns about stormwater runoff, traffic, and tree removal. This was shown to the public at the Community Zoning Information Meeting on February 9th. There were several public comments. We had comments both in favor and in opposition to the applicant's request. In opposition, there were concerns over increased property taxes with the increased values of the property because of this development. There were concerns over density. Density proposed on the site, I don't think I mentioned that, is 6.7 dwelling units per acre, which is definitely is consistent with most of the developments that have been approved in the downtown. Certainly is not on the high side, but about the average. There was some concern about the attached product, given that Alpha Park is a detached product neighborhood. Impact to the tree canopy, traffic, redevelopment of Alpha Park, lack of green space, questions about price point, unit size, next step, where the plan, whether the plan meets the fire marshal's requirements, and the fire marshal did review this. There were questions about the build-out timeline and whether there would be any improvements on DeBoer Road. With that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, subject to 26 conditions. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition, tying it to the site plan by Engineering 303 dated 3/18/22. 2 ties it to the architecture and materials I showed you on the elevations. Those are labeled Exhibit A, and subject to final approval by DRB. Condition 3 limits the density to no more than 6.7 dwelling units per acre, and also limits to at least 10 single-family detached homes and no more than 5 townhome units. Condition 4, developer shall provide a downtown focal point feature at the southwest corner of Haynes Bridge and DeVore. Final approval by the Cultural Arts Commission. The HOA for the development would be responsible for maintenance of that feature. 5, developer shall provide decorative entrance, landscaping, ornamental tree, shrubs, flowering plant beds at the southeast and southwest corners of DeVore and John Scott as approved by staff. Again, at maintenance responsibility with the HOA. We believe condition 5 would help with maintaining the character of that Alpha Park neighborhood, kind of having improvements on both sides of the street here to show continuity between the two. Condition 6, location of development signage shall be limited to the project entrance on Scott Drive. So that signage would need to be here. We don't want it to be here so that they're announcing and kind of separating themselves from the rest of Alpha Park. 7 addresses the minimum 20-foot planted buffer in this location. 8 addresses the new internal street and alleys and ties it to this site plan. 9, developer shall improve John Scott Drive streetscape with 6-foot planted planter with planted street trees, 6-foot concrete sidewalk, and decorative pedestrian lighting. Condition 10 addresses streetscape improvements on Devore. Devore is already improved with a 2-foot planter and 8-foot sidewalk. Basically, we've added some clarification, I believe, since the staff report was put into your packets. So I'm going to just read that real quickly. Developer shall improve the Devore Road streetscape as follows. Minimum 4-foot planter, and then we have in parentheses, existing 2-foot planter to be expanded by 2 feet into the existing sidewalk with tree grate to accommodate street trees. So we need at least 4 foot of planting space for those street trees. So you'd have to cut into the existing sidewalk about 2 feet just at the locations of the trees. So you're probably going to have just a handful of trees along this area. Condition 11 addresses the Alpha Loop along Haynes Bridge and all the requirements for that. This is consistent with other sections of the Alpha Loop that developers have built and added to the system. Allows for, of course, that improvement is eligible for impact fee credits in excess of the downtown sidewalk requirements. 12, developer shall provide an enhanced Alpha Loop crossing at Devore and John Scott. So this is at this area, so there would be things like flashing beacons, things of that nature. I believe the applicant asked for a change to that condition, just to add a sentence allowing them to be eligible for impact fee credits. And that is understood and an acceptable change to that condition. Condition 13, developer shall remove the existing sidewalk along Haynes Bridge. The planter along Haynes Bridge Road shall be planted with street trees and shrubs as approved by staff. 14, landscape strip along Haynes Bridge Road, Devore and John Scott shall be planted with shade trees. Just a continuation of what's been the plantings that we've seen in the downtown. 15, project entrance shall include a decorative paver apron, landscaping and low wall. 16, front yard shall be framed with a decorative low wall, metal fencing, or hedge with columns as approved by staff. 17, amenity areas shall be developed with a park-like setting and decorative landscaping, hardscape, low walls, and seating. 18, creeping vines shall be planted to cover retaining walls or low walls. 19, ties the tree saves to their plan with the additional tree save at the corner of John Scott and Devore. 20, minimum 10-foot planted buffer planted with evergreen trees and shrubs varying height shall be provided between where the property abuts 370 and 380 John Scott Drive. That would be here and here. 21, fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way shall be decorative and shall complement the architecture of the dwelling. 22, unfinished wood fences and decks shall not be visible from the street. 23, HVAC and similar equipment shall not be visible from the public right-of-way. 24 is a fire marshal comment. 25, garbage pickup shall be from within the development. And 26, no more than 10% of the unit shall be rented as recorded in the HOA covenants. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfen. That was a great presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have one. In the recent 2040, I may have the number wrong, 24 comprehensive plan, the Alpha neighborhood did change. Just quickly remind me what we did. I remember reading it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I was kind of going through there quickly and forgot to mention that. So the 2040 comprehensive plan was adopted by council at the end of October 2021. The applicant submitted this application before the 2040 comprehensive plan was adopted. So What that means is, at the time that they submitted, this portion of the property had a future land use of downtown residential density, which allows for the use of DTR, downtown residential. So they beat that before in the 2040 comprehensive plan. When that was adopted, Alpha Park was redesignated back to low-density residential, which is what the future land use of that neighborhood was prior to the 2035 plan. So 2035 comprehensive plan, the one from 5 years ago, it went from low density to downtown residential density to give an opportunity for redevelopment in that neighborhood. We never saw any redevelopment in that neighborhood. There were some large homes built along DeVore Road, but there was never any applications that we received to add that density. What we heard when the comp plan was updated from the community is that we needed to, if we're not going to provide affordable workforce housing, that we need to protect areas where there are more housing that is more affordable to folks. So that's why we changed it back to low-density residential. But again, the time that this was submitted, this property was this was downtown residential density, yes. So they technically do not need to request a comprehensive land use plan amendment on this portion of the property. It is only on this portion of the property that was medium density residential that they're asking for the downtown residential density.
And I remember years ago, we had an applicant that came in for that portion. I think there was a hotel. I think it had a height variance on it. The size and the mass of that hotel with the residential behind it on John Scott was something that never passed, but it was a commercial use right up against residential and kind of created conflict, where here you kind of have an assemblage of all residential.
Yes.
Any further questions? If not, thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to call the applicant forward for their presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ethan Underwood. I'm with the firm of Miles Hansford and Talent. Our Alpharetta office is at 178 South Main Street. And this shouldn't take more than an hour or two for our presentation. So
I was about to say, if you go 38 minutes, you'll be saying good morning.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, actually, Mr. Woodman did a very good job of summarizing the issues, and we're happy to answer your questions. We do have our team here, Mr. Mo Gayasudin, Mr. Mohan Moringa, Mr. Brian King, who is our civil engineer, and Ms. Sarah Spencer, who's the landscape architect. So if we could, I think we've got a presentation. We'll try to plow through. That's all right. That's all right. So as stated, we're looking at 19 units, most of which are single-family detached. There's a few semi-detached, and then 5 townhomes. At staff's recommendation and comments from the neighbors, the folks in Alpha Park said original designs had townhomes actually on the west side of the property, and the folks who lived in detached homes were saying, well, why are you putting townhomes on that side? So we worked with staff. Staff had great recommendations. In fact, those have now been moved as far away on the eastern side of the property. If we could go to the next slide, please. As stated, we've got 4 things that we're asking to do. Is one, amend the comp plan for a portion of the property, amend the downtown master plan for that portion as well, and then the zoning and the variances. Next, please. Next slide, please. Again, we went through the site plan. It's a little difficult to see. Mr. Woodman was pointing this out, but what we did want to emphasize to you with the variances that we had requested. One, in the staff report, they acknowledge and say, we don't usually put buffers next to non-for-sale units or uses, because to the south, this property is zoned for commercial as well. But we acknowledge that this is taking a portion of a C2 zoning, which you can put some pretty intense commercial uses on, converting that to residential, but you need to have some type of a landscaping screen between the two, because you don't want these future residents complaining about any commercial that comes next door. Maybe that gets converted, maybe it doesn't. But so we did ask for that variance. On the next slide, please. Yeah, that's in fact this. Whoop, going a little fast. That's why we wanted to emphasize it. So variance 1 is to the buffer on the south side. That's where it's necessary. That buffer is actually not required on the west side of the property where you see the 4 detached homes, because that's adjoining residential. So it's only needed on the south side. Variance number 2, what we wanted to emphasize to you is lot number 2 through 15. Those are actually rear alley-fed homes. They're all going to front on the respective rights-of-way, DeVore and Haynes Bridge. So that alleyway does comply to standards. Really, where we only need this variance is, or the deviation, is on that north side from John Scott Drive over to that middle portion of the property. That's deemed a street versus an alley, and the street's the only deviation we're requesting for. As Mr. Woodman said, sidewalk is on the south side. Standard code calls for a sidewalk on both sides of the street, but that would actually conflict with the tree save area that's being proposed there in the middle on that semicircle. Let's see. Again, tree save areas. Candidly, we were a little surprised tonight. We're certainly willing to work with staff. We did not know there was a proposed tree save area in the northwest corner of this property. I'll let Ms. Spencer address it. We're not even sure if there's any trees in that area, but we'll certainly address that issue. Next slide, please. And next slide. This is probably the better one. Yeah, so you can actually see there's Ms. Spencer is probably be the best person to answer this, as well as Mr. King. But that northwest corner, there will be trees there, but we don't know of any existing large trees there. But we certainly can work that out between Planning Commission and City Council. But this is designed and intended to be very green. Some of the other comments we had from the neighbors, because we looked at the first site plan, they said, well, you're putting the alpha loop here, and it's just going to be this exposed sidewalk with no trees and no tree cover, and that was never the intention. Sometimes a two-dimensional plan doesn't show it, so we wanted to supplement this and show that, yes, this is going to be landscaped in accordance with city standards. Let's see, what else did we have? The biggest concern we heard from neighbors was saying, well, these are different than our homes, and the answer is yes. These are different types of homes. The townhomes are expected to start in the 800,000s. These detached homes will probably be selling for $1.2 million, $1.3 million for starting prices. They're very desirable, and we feel it is a good transition from a major corridor with Haynes Bridge as you transition into Alpha Park and going up DeVore Road. The other comments we had, we had 2 separate meetings besides the CZAM. And one of the comments we had from a lady who was kind enough to spend about an hour with us, she says, look, these are really pretty, but I don't want anything there until the right-of-way improvements are finished at Highway 9 and DeVore. And respectfully, we just can't agree to that because we have no idea when GDOT's going to finish all their projects. We understand the sensitivities. There's been a lot of change in this area with the Maxwell and with the improvements to Highway 9, but we think this is a good change as well. So with that, our team's here. We're happy to answer any questions that you have. We'll reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Thank you so much. Your attorney, I just got to ask this question. Lot 16 through 19 with the shared driveway, I know there's a property line going down the middle. Mm-hmm. How do they maintain that going forward? I mean, you have to have some agreement there I could just imagine 2 neighbors and one guy wants to replace it and the other neighbor's like, no. Just wonder how they work through that conflict. Probably some legal agreement.
There's a joint maintenance agreement.
Okay.
That will be necessary on these 2x2 basis for these shared driveways.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the public comment portion. Alex, you want to?
First up is Jim Rosati, 294 Karen Drive.
I'm not sure Jim's here. We'll move on to the next person.
Guy Carpenter, 469 Karen Drive.
Just a reminder, if you come down to the podium, just say your name and address and speak into the mic, please.
My name is Guy Carpenter. I live at 469 Karen Drive. I'm a senior citizen, full ownership of the property. I'm not a renter in the subdivision. I'm concerned mainly with the density of the property because there's 3 houses that they want to take down and put in 11 or 12 units in place of those 3 units. And I don't have a problem with the townhouses going up and down along Haynes Bridge. I think that's a good idea in terms of not allowing the hotels that have moved in, but to have the townhouses there. I'm not so keen on having an alleyway and only a 10-foot buffer zone between the residents that are still going to stay there. I think that the density, having 4 houses along where the residents are south of there is I wouldn't want to have that property, having all those houses surrounding me. And I feel that I'm not too concerned about the property values and the property taxes, because being a senior citizen, my property taxes are frozen. And so I'm not concerned about property taxes going up, but the density and how many people, how many families are going to live there, and kids going to school, how it's going to affect the schools. The school buses have to go in and out of there. The trash pickup, police and fire have to have access to all that as well. And then I think that I just oppose, I don't think it belongs in a single-family residential zone. I just don't think that. That's my comments. So.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Any other citizens on the list?
Last one is Randy Blash, 470 Karen Drive.
I thank the chair and the commission for allowing us to speak. My name is Randy Blash. I live at 470 Karen Drive. I'm one of the newer residents of Alpha Park. I've been there 25 years. I'm standing here in opposition as well, based on a couple of things. First of all, when I was here the day that we went through the 2035 and we rezoned Alpha Park to be in the downtown redistricting area. And one of the things that this commission spoke to us about, and I questioned, was the fact that they were not going to allow a piecemeal change in the Alpha Park neighborhood. This is a piecemeal change in the Alpha Park neighborhood. You're taking 3 properties, turning them into 19, and saying all is well and good. So that's the first thing I want to mention. The second thing I want to mention is the fact that they said they had meetings with the neighborhood. They had meetings with a very small amount of the neighborhood. Karen Drive is 2 streets over. I think you know we're about 155 houses in Alpha Park, but they didn't talk to us on Karen Drive. I never knew about this until I drove by and saw the signs on the properties on John Scott. So I don't think we were adequately spoken to about how we felt about what was going on. They didn't come and talk to us. The third piece of it is, and I don't see anything in here, is, you know, we heard a lot about rainwater today, and of course there's concerns. What you don't know is storm drainage in Alpha Park are the streets. There are no storm sewers in Alpha Park. It's the streets. So when it rains, it goes down the streets. Well, the other thing that goes downhill down the streets are the sewers. What you may not know, for those of you who haven't lived here very long, Alpha Park was the first neighborhood in the city of Alpharetta to have sewers, designed and actually have storm sewers, and was hooked up into Fulton County. Our sanitary sewers already in Alpha Park are horribly inadequate. There's not one of us who doesn't have this county on speed dial, because when we get huge storms, it backs up, stops the sewers, we get to call the county, they come and clean out our sewers. We're now taking 3 properties, making them 19 properties. What's that going to do to the sanitary sewers? Not to mention the storm water runoff. I know you've got plans and how you handle that. And we've heard lots of that tonight. But what about the sanitary sewers? You don't own the sanitary sewers. That's Fulton County. Is there anything going to mandate Fulton County to come in and make a decision on whether the sewers can handle that additional property? So while I understand things have got to change, we're watching houses get built along Devore, these big houses being built along Devore. We've watched some properties get redeveloped in our neighborhood. I'm all for it. I'm living in my retirement, folks. I'm more than happy to have people come and, change happens. But having 19 houses come into this area, when we haven't had anybody talk about what the sewage is going to be like, when this body said, no, we are not going to piecemeal when we change Alpharetta, and knowing that you've changed Alpha Park back to single family, and these guys, slid in under the thing. And I'm not opposed to people wanting to redevelop and do something good with their properties. But it seems like 19 houses, 19 people, 19 additional things happening in this when we haven't looked at the sewers, we haven't looked at the infrastructure in Alpha Park. Those are things that I really hope you take into consideration when you look at this. And I thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. That's it. Is anybody else opposed or in favor of? Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment portion and ask the applicant if they want a rebuttal.
Thank you. Let's see. Regarding the separation between the existing homes on John Scott, and I do think it's important that we do note that no one has come and spoken from John Scott Drive. So folks that live on Karen live a little further west. This is what we would propose is a good transition, again, between Haynes Bridge and Karen Drive. So you're transitioning from a very heavily traveled corridor with fairly dense townhomes developments with the Atlee just across the street. We think this matches that use and then transitions well along DeVore. Now, regarding the comment about the gentleman who said he would not want to live next to 10 feet from another house, respectfully, he won't. He's on Karen Drive. This is on John Scott. Those folks have not raised any objection to that. There will be a fence and landscaping along that southern boundary to create that separation as well. Regarding the concerns about stormwater, we'll acknowledge on public record that no one has a right to flood someone else's property. We understand that. Your staff understands that. All of that has to be taken into account. And I know you all have heard that for years and years, and maybe folks who don't come to these meetings all the time don't understand how the stormwater system, the pond works. But what is required is that pond under new Georgia standards has to, one, infiltrate the first inch of rain flow back into the groundwater system before it discharges any water out. Then on top of that, once it discharges out, it actually lets the water out over a 24 to 48 hour period, and the water can't go out at a rate that's any faster than the pre-development water flow. So what that means is once this is developed and once you have all that additional impervious surface and you have those additional rooftops in there, it has to flow no faster off the site than it does today. In fact, we would submit to you with that detention and plus with the infiltration, it will probably actually improve the present situation. Now, water will be captured from this site, goes into the detention pond, it's held, infiltrated, and it's released out. It will be released out over land because there are no storm sewers in Alpha Park, but it's going to go the exact same route that it's going today. It's got swales, it's got ditches, but it's going to be released at a rate much slower than it just would occur with the gully washer type of rain. So we acknowledge Alpha Park has struggled with stormwater for some time. We acknowledge that this development has no right to put water on anybody else's property where it's not going currently today. And we'll also tell you that your staff is very diligent. Mr. King and his team are very diligent in making sure that's designed in accordance with Georgia stormwater standards. So respectfully, I mean, we think it's a good use, it's a good transition, and we would ask that you would recommend approval of this application as your staff has recommended. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we are.
You didn't address the sanitary.
With sanitary sewer, again, that's going to have to be held through Fulton County. I mean, it's again, they'll be designed. There'll be new sewers that are connecting to that, but will have to be connected in accordance with Fulton County sewer regulations.
Okay. You can make your comments as necessary. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. With that, we will close the applicant's presentation. I think one thing came up, Michael, if you don't mind, we're talking about this tree save kind of came up in the corner of the property. I think there was some confusion on that. So just before we turn it over for discussion, just wanted to vet that with you. I guess the question was there any specimen trees there, any identified kind of pieces? Was there going to be a tree saved there? Or?
Yeah, there is, so I was under the impression that the applicant was okay with those conditions because they didn't ask for a change to that particular condition. So if I misspoke, on behalf of the applicant, I certainly apologize. I'm trying to find that condition number 19. After the first sentence, it reads, tree grouping of oaks and magnolias located at the southeast corner of DeBoer Road and John Scott Drive shall be saved as approved by staff. Again, the city arborists, there were the two tree saves identified on the applicant's site plan. It was this grouping kind of in that center pocket park area, and then that grouping down here at the bottom. This grouping right here, and this is the applicant's, from the applicant's arborist. The city arborist went out to the site and identified a grouping. They're not specimen trees, they're just trees of quality, so a smaller grouping of trees, oaks and magnolias right here at this corner. And that was recommended tree save by staff.
Is that kind of a catch-all at the discretion of staff? Just that you and the applicant can work that out in detail?
We can certainly work that out. I would not support a change to the condition as it's written or before you this evening. I would ask that we keep it in, and we can certainly continue to have a discussion about that should this application move forward.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As it reads, you have the authority. It's a catch-all as approved by staff. So ultimately, you work with the applicant on that to do it. So we don't have to make any additional changes to the condition as it stands. So ultimately, you and the applicant will work out the details of what they are.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions by the commissioners?
Michael, go back to item number 10 and 12. Did you say that you had read out some amendment to those?
Yeah, so when
Will those be read into the official record then, if approved or disapproved?
So I don't know that you need to read them in if they're part of your motion. I read it into the public record as part of my presentation, but it was condition 10 after the minimum 4-foot planter. I had a parentheses that said existing 2-foot planter to be expanded by 2 feet into the existing sidewalk with tree grates to accommodate street trees. I don't know that you need to reread it or anything like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that change was sent over with the applicant's one requested change. That was a staff change.
Yep, we've captured it.
All right, question. I didn't think I'd talk about stormwater drainage as much as I would tonight, but that sewer issue. So if it's Fulton County and these homes are tying into the sewer, are they tying into the existing sewer lines or these new sewer lines, or what are we doing here?
I'm not sure. I think that's probably more of a better question for the applicant. I don't have that information.
Okay. And then, so we don't do any analysis on sewer lines?
So we do send these requests to Fulton County for review, and they do provide a report back. There was nothing that came back that was out of the ordinary from Fulton County indicating that there was any kind of problem with connecting to sewer at this location.
Did they recognize that there was an existing issue in the area?
No, there was nothing in the response from Fulton County. Typically, if there is an issue, I've had one recently over on South Main Street. Fulton County will send me the information, a report back, calling that out, and actually call me to let me know that there's a unreasonable length of extension to the to tie into sewer. But there was nothing on this particular report indicating that there were any kind of issues with the existing sewer to this property.
Okay, and so since there's no existing, so they're having issues with water, apparently, but and we're going to have the detention pond, but it just seems to me like we're not really, we're not really helping the current problem again with the water. So there's no recourse to help. I mean, I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
There's nothing.
the sewer, I have to rely on Fulton County. It's under their jurisdiction on sewer, and that's why we send it to them for review, and we rely on them to come back. I don't know exactly where the applicant intends to tie into existing Fulton County sewer. With regard to the water, of course, the stormwater runoff, they're only going to be responsible for the water that is generated as part of
But they're not tying
redevelopment.
into an existing pipes or anything. They're just dissipating it back out into the earth, right?
I would defer to the applicant's engineer on that for an answer to that question.
Jill, would you like to step up from Public Works and have a conversation? I'm sorry, sir, I know you're raising your hand back there, but we did invite anybody from public comment. There is a point of order.
It's important.
Okay. I get it. Well, we have our Public Works, but we don't mind, let Jill kind of comment on Jill, if you don't mind, there's issues with the sewer, so you're hearing this, so if you don't mind, what have you heard? What are we working on? What's the city doing?
So first, we need to be clear. Stormwater and storm sewers or storm pipes are completely separate up here from sanitary sewer pipes. So if there's a problem with the capacity in the sanitary sewer pipes, that is something that is handled completely by Fulton County. Fulton County will have a chance, if this project moves forward for permitting, Fulton County will be the one that issues the permit for the sanitary sewer and the water connections for this property. Stormwater-wise, they will be releasing this stormwater at grade, and it will sheet flow over the land until it gets down into a stream or some pipe crossings at roads, and then further down into a stream. Now, it sounds like there is some concern with when there's a lot of rain, they believe it's getting into the sanitary sewer pipe system that is causing the capacity issue. I am not aware of that having happened in the past, but that would be something that they're contacting Fulton County with to come and pump out and clear out the lines and check their lines. So that's what it sounds like is going on here. But for stormwater purposes for this project, they'd be releasing that at grade, similar to previous conversations we've had about the release rate being the thing that we regulate to. So if that helps clear up a little bit.
Obviously, we don't want to make the whole problem worse if Fulton County isn't mitigating or taking a look at an issue. So I would hope that if this project is approved, then somebody is really going to look at this and advise on what needs to be done.
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate your time. And just a reminder, we're here kind of to take a look at the rezoning of the property and the density of the property. We're not here for public works, for sanitary sewer. All these things are done through engineering, which is part of, I think, the process. And I understand there's different things you can kind of get to, but we don't control that at this body. It's ultimately a zoning request. So with that, if there's any questions or a motion from the commissioners?
Sorry. I had one quick question for Michael. I'm sorry. You don't have to bring anything. It's just a quick question. So the applicant did mention a fence on the John Scott property, the 10-foot, buffer between the double access driveway houses. I didn't see that on the drawing. Was that noted in the description?
I wasn't aware that they were going to do a fence there. We can certainly add that to that 10-foot planted buffer.
Maybe I heard them wrong.
Okay.
There's an existing fence.
There is, okay. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to say kudos to the applicant, and it's pretty clear that you guys collaborated with the city staff on this, and to tie into a comment made from earlier tonight, I think in this case, from my perspective, this is fully baked, and I think there's a lot to like about this. I think the dwelling units per acre versus the others in the downtown overlay is lower and less, and I think that's a positive. I think the Alpha Loop work is a positive. We didn't talk about the parking tonight, but only 48 spaces are required, and you're providing 85. I think that's good. I think it's a high-quality product, and it'll improve the area. I think the buffers, even though they're not required, is a very good step. And I like that it's consistent with the vision of the downtown master plan. So I just wanted to point that out for the public record.
Any other comments or a motion?
Oh, well, Mr. Vice Chairman, I will make a motion to approve CL-UP-21-06/Z-21-10/PH-21-20/B-22-04 Alcovy Estates, Haynesbridge Road, subject to the following conditions as set forth by staff, including any amendments that were read into the public comment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes. With that, I think this concludes the business tonight. Sorry, last item got deferred. Yep, that concludes our business tonight. And with that, we will close the meeting.